Hey there, welcome back to Reloved Guitars Workshop. Now we're getting on with the Daion Gazelle. I'm putting the Electra 335s over there off to one side at the moment. I'm waiting for some lacquer to dry before I can do anything else. I don't want to put the restring and put it all back together again until I've done the lacquer on that one, which is mostly under here, that needs to be polished out. So we don't want to do that with strings on, so it's going to kind of take till tomorrow, I suppose, to get all that back together again. Meanwhile, it's time to get on with this lovely Daion Acoustic, and this is as you can see, it's a beautiful guitar, 1981, made in Japan by the Dion company, and it's got a cutaway, it's got a lovely oval shape, it's got this negative cutout shape to the chamber, to the sound box, and I don't know exactly what difference that makes to the sound, but it has a lovely chunky bound edged neck with brass bridge and nut, and sort of gold finished hardware bits and pieces, and it's got brass inlays as well along the edges and on the fret markers. Now, everything about this guitar is in pretty good shape, really, except the frets are worn out, and the fingerboard underneath is a bit corroded too, where many years of playing have done for it. So I think the thing to do here is to take the strings off, take the nut off, take the frets out. We'll check we'll make sure we check the radius first, and then we'll then re-radius it, hopefully, presuming it's a familiar radius. That's the most important bit. If it's not, we'll have to reconsider. But this guitar, currently as it's set up, has an action of 4mm at the 21st fret right at the end here. It's got zero relief in it whatsoever, so when you fret at the first and the last fret, there's absolutely no, sorry, that's not true, there's about a 20th of a millimetre movement, but it's, for all intents and purposes, doesn't go anywhere. So it's potentially part of the reason it's got 4mm up here is because it's so flat, so you couldn't lower the action anymore without getting the strings to hit the deck anyway. The frets are very, very flat, hence when you press down you're getting more fingerboard than you are string, although it's still a pretty sound. And I know that Hugh would like a refret, clean up the fingerboard, and just reduce the action a little bit. So I've got it all annotated over here, and to be honest, I would be looking for at least a millimetre off that action at this end, but that's going to involve some careful, somebody's starting a car or something, it involves some careful taking down of this bridge, and this is an original piece, so we've got to be very, very, very careful, and I'll be measuring it with the vernier calipers as we go. At this end, we could replace the nut altogether, but it's kind of original to this guitar. So maybe it's a case of shimming it, depending on how it looks. It's going to need to raise up as we put new frets in. They're going to obviously get much higher, and we're going to put in jumbo frets too, so it's going to be quite a big rise. But we'll see. I've got another brass nut standing by, should it be called for. Although it's a slightly different format nut, but it's still quite a nice looking thing, especially when they polish them up. But we'll see. I've got a little bit of some brass sheeting, very thin 0.3mm brass sheet coming in, which we will be able to use as a shim under here as well. Just a quick thought, you might have seen that it's got some original electrics here, and it's all sitting on this little incredibly, by modern standards, quite clumsy lump of wood. That's a wooden platform that's attached. Those have been disconnected. I believe they've been disconnected in favour of a Fishman system, which has got very subtle little controls here just inside the sound hole, which is cool. The only other thing of note, I'm going to make sure I know which way around my bridge is, so I'm going to put a little marker on it when I take it off. And actually looking at how things are set up, I mean, I'll have a feel inside here when I when I get the strings off. But the method of doing these top frets is going to be by using this deep throat G clamp, which will let me get to about here, and then I can come from the other side on the neck heel to get to the other ones, because there's a lot of strength in that part. So we'll be fine. This will do the job in conjunction with my Velcro fantastic thing. So here we go. Oh, and the truss rod adjustment is here at the back. The fact that there's no relief in it at all might be because the truss rod is not functional. I don't know. So it may, as we go along, we may discover there are kind of limitations on this guitar that we can't escape, really. But it's a lovely old thing, and it's you know, I've said this a few times before, but it's quite a weird thing, quite a scary thing to be dealing or doing repairs or doing anything on something that's so well liked and that somebody's had for so long and really likes. Don't worry about that. A Scott Grove always says there's absolutely no problem about cutting strings with a bit of tension in them. Your guitar neck is made from incredibly strong wood and isn't going to do anything bizarre as a result of breaking some strings or cutting some strings. Equally, I go along with that same Scott Grove point of view that there's no real reason for slacking strings off or slacking truss rods off and sending guitars in the post. They are designed to move around and be used under load. That's what strings do, and the guitar will spend 90% of its life, 99% of its life with strings on under full load. So, you know, that's what you'd expect all the time. So these are a little bit loop round, sort of locking arrangement here, which I've got to cut. There we go, and they're off. And we're off. It should be off anyway. Come on. Maybe not. Come on. Old curled up wire is bloody deadly. And I've just ended up with it. Loads of it on the floor down here. Everywhere you look, bits of wire. Okay, so here we have the pegs, and I don't know what the state of play is with these pegs. I don't know how well, sorry you can't see this, I don't know how tightly they're fixed in. Some of them are quite loose, one or two of them are quite tight. There are certain things you can use. I found that the little tail end thing on the string winder just doesn't work at all in my experience. It's a nice idea that it's meant to work. Wow, these are cool, blimey. These are in grotty condition. Worn out, I mean. Got to be very careful with these then. Ooh, they're the original wooden things. That's nice. It's all very precision crafty. They've been actually made from wood. Oh Lord, please don't anything happen to them in the process of putting this back together again. Can't afford that. Wow. Right, out come the tail ends of the strings, and then I'm going to put a mark or some sort of mark on this saddle to let me know. Because underneath there we've got the, that's interesting, yeah, we've got the Fishman arrangement. So that is, first challenge. This is, okay, so, here we have to think. So the guitar had 4mm action, playing action dictated by the bridge, and so now if I take off this lovely brass piece, which you can see is very thin anyway, okay, I'll just put it over here for a second in the right attitude. You can see that what we've got under there is, of course, the piezo thingy, a piezo pickup thing that obviously picks up the sounds from the bridge, the string noise. And the problem, quote unquote, with this is that that's locked in place. No, it's not locked in place. You can move it just slightly, but the whole of the arrangement can't go any lower. So the only way we're going to get any reduction on this bridge is going to be to take a millimetre. If we're going to take it down a millimetre, we have to take a millimetre off this piece here. Yeah. So it's an interesting shaped thing, that is. I wonder if this is worn down over the time. It looks, only one of these parts of this has got a worn aspect, which means the action on the E string is going to be considerably lower than everything else. Judging by that, that's interesting. Oh, well, we would have to mark it now. We know which one is the E, and it's definitely been worn. In fact, the E string doesn't sit anywhere, hence what's happened is it's moved out of its groove, and then it's spent how many years, 30 years, going slightly from side to side as it's been played, and consequently it's worn this down, and the resulting flat spot means the intonation's wrong, but it also means that it's quite a bit lower than everything else. What to do? It doesn't also feel like the greatest fitting bridge in the universe either. I'm wondering, has it been filed specially, or no? It looks like it's worn. Looks like it's worn, because the drop down to that E string is more severe than any other part of the guitar, any other part of the bridge. Right. Well, to prevent it wearing any further, we'd have to have a notch for it, and the notch would have to be commensurate to the correct gauge for the string, which we can do. But even a notch would make this whole thing a slight bit lower. I'm just wondering whether we can countercompensate by not taking so much down on this side of it. It's going to be tricky. Take some down on this side, but not so much on that side. Interesting. There you go. That's how things present themselves. I'm going to put a piece of tape over this because I don't want the pickup falling out while we're doing stuff. And this is just wood, so I can use a bit of regular tape over here. Just want it safely out of harm's way for a bit. Anything dropping out or coming under stress. Okay, right. So their first interesting challenge: what to do with this brass bridge. I mean, if the worst comes to worst, it might have to have another one. I'm going to do some measurements to see just how much different that low E is, because it'd be a real shame. The alternative is we could reduce the tops of all of these as opposed to the bottom, which would then even up, but we'd have to literally reshape that top of that saddle there, because it's lost its intonation point. And whether we'd be able to do that or not is anyone's guess. Interesting. Some of these appear to have moved a bit as well. Wow. Right, okay, let's not worry about that. I'm just going to do something here while I'm at it. I'm just going to have a feel about how this works on here, how far we can get. Okay, we can only get so far because of the construction, but then we're on solid ground anyway, so we can certainly do these first few frets with this method, which is what we need. And then we can use a clamp across through the body because it's got a strong heel. The heel's going all the way through the block there. So where we have the block is absolutely rock solid, and we can we can clamp either side of there with a piece of padding, but that's rock solid. So it's only this is the bit that we can't put any pressure on. For that's why that clamp will be great for these first few. Right, the nut just comes out under finger pressure, and again we need to consider how we raise that up. Put that there as well. Okay, and then from here on inwards, it's really going to be about taking the frets off. I might take these machine heads off just for the sake of giving them the whole of this headstock a clean, which you can do a lot better when the tuners are off. But just in case, and I don't know if this is ever the case, but I'm going to number these so they go back on in the same sequence. Why am I doing that? Well, it's only because there may be something about the way these feel that I don't know, but they may be, for all I know, they may be really important to Hugh or anyone else who owns a guitar. The way it feels is an important part of it, and the different stiffness of these various tuners may be relevant. So I'm going to number from 1 being the highest down to 6 lowest before I undo them. I can feel there's some rattling going on here, and this one's loose, entirely loose anyway, so it probably needs an oversized screw in it to firm it up when the time comes to put it back. So again, I'll make a little note that tuner number 2 is loose. Just all these little so is number 3. Number 3. Tuner 2 is loose, tuner 3 is very loose. 2 is loose, number 3 very loose. It just keeps me informed, so I know what's going on and I don't forget anything. So just slacking these off, and then I'll flip over to undo the screws on the back. Now I am running short of containers this morning. Spare strap parts. It's a luxury. Where can I put them? Put them in there. Okay, they can go in there. Hooray. I'll sort those out another day, but in the meantime, it becomes Dion parts. Okay, these very, very, very delicate wooden pegs. Ooh, so scary. Brass components, and shortly to follow the tuner screws. So got quite a queue of guitars to do at the moment, which is really, really great. I mean, it's a luxury problem. I'm very keep my eyes out for that. Very, very pleased, and it's making it actually an unexpected side effect, I suppose, of that is that I'm struggling at the moment to get any of my bought guitars through the workshop in the time I've got available, which is why my eBay profile, or my shop window, or whatever you want to call it, on eBay has only 2 guitars in it at the moment, and so not a lot of choice, and there's about 3 or 4 more currently waiting. This is that pen is non-waterproof, I mean non-permanent. So I'm going to put these back together in pairs just in case they're, I've no idea, but over time it may be that these things come to work only in the configuration they're in. So I don't want to take any chances that something that maybe has bent or worn into a particular shape, I don't want to mix them up without any good reason, so that I end up putting two bits back together that don't work together. That would just be asking for trouble, really. Yeah, so at the moment I'm not able to get some of those own guitars through. I'm really looking forward to doing that whenever as soon as I can. I just did a change of strings on one of mine, the red. Where's it gone? I was back in the house. On the red Sun Mustang, because I really want to use that in rehearsing with the band, and I need it to have lighter gauge strings. That's the first thing. Okay, so I can, and now having taken the strings off, I can really see the wear on these frets, and they are pretty ancient. Obviously they're probably the original ones, so it's time to get the soldering iron warmed up, and how can I put this? I've got my, what do you call that thing, tablet in here for some reason, but I've got to move it out of the way in a minute. And in fact what I'll do is I'll move it now, put it on charge elsewhere. Not really quite found a use for it yet, but I think it's probably going to come in handy with doing ultimate guitar chords. It's quite handy for that. And I can velcro it to the wall like that, which is very good. Go away. Okay, so what we're doing, yes, we are, these are slightly scratchy as well on the edges. So yeah, we're going to take these frets out. I'm going to also measure up, make sure I've got the exact right fret wire to go in. I've got two sets of fret wire over there, which I think are exactly the same, but I just got to be, I use my vernier to be absolutely sure that it's the same thickness that I'm using all across. So come on, a little bit of anti-scratchy stuff. I just want to see how this comes up under here. Probably hasn't been freshened up for quite some time. If this had been my guitar, probably from the olden days, this would have had more than its fair share of Mr. Sheen on it. My guitar from the 80s, I think, lived on Mr. Sheen. My Echo Ranger, one of those wonderful old Italian-made sort of student acoustic guitars, which were just the most incredibly built things for the money back in those days. And I was just so lucky to get that as my first proper guitar after the hellish satellite pretend guitar that I learned on. So yeah, that's a lot nicer. Just a little tiny, just going over with this scratch stuff just brings this back to life. That's lovely. I won't bother doing any more of it now. I just wanted to sort of validate that it was worth taking the tuners off, so I'll be able to do the other side of that when the time's right. So what I need to do is check the radius of this as well. With my slightly worrying StewMac radius things. Now this is even under gravity, this has gone just slightly convex. It was flat when we had strings on it. With the strings off, it's now gone arched, so I'm going to need to operate the truss rod to make sure that it's as flat as it can be. So just quickly looking around, looks like a straightforward 12 all the way to me. That could be wrong, I'm going to just double check. Yeah, it looks right. It's actually easier to see if you do, sometimes to just put it on, if you've got a gauge like this, or a plasticky thing, put it on the frets themselves. They tend to give a better reading than the wood itself, because the wood's dark and it's hard to hard to see. For example, putting this on the wood, looks, you might be fooled into saying, okay, it looks like 14-inch radius, but actually you put it up onto the fret and then you can immediately see the hump or the gap in the middle. Which shouldn't be the case, because it shouldn't be. That's interesting. I wasn't very trusting of this this plastic thing, I have to tell you. Because if it's a 12 and I'm putting 14, I shouldn't be seeing the gap in the middle, I should be seeing the gap at the edges. But it's not doing it, and I really, really don't trust that. And I forgot to buy myself probably one of these, which is unforgivable. On this one that I do trust, it's showing me that it's 12 at every spot. Yeah, 12-inch. But yeah, so a proper metal one would be a bit more confidence inspiring. Okay, so all of this will benefit from a little bit of a polish up later on, and there are one or two little blemishes on here that might just fill with a drop of lacquer, just so it smooths out and doesn't feel rough to the touch. But otherwise, it's a really nice condition for its age, or a really good sturdy thing. As I say, my only concern is that bridge being a little bit worn down in one place. But having said that, it was worn out before, and I guess that Hugh has become used to playing it in that condition, which means if we just replace it and restring it once we've done the refretting and the radiusing, cleaning up the fingerboard, but putting that same bridge back on won't be too unfamiliar. You know, if whatever the difference is, the drop down between the B and the high E, whatever that difference is, then it's obviously been familiar to Hugh after playing it for all these years. So again, it's one of those things that if we corrected it, it would probably feel unusual or a bit strange. Mind you, the real effect is the height down here. It's less pronounced down here. The height, the feel of it down here. The action that matters down here is the nut action, and that will change. I think 0.25 over the first fret was the action I measured on here, and that's very, very low. I mean, it's correct and just how I'd like it for an acoustic guitar myself, but it is surprisingly low. So it's obviously been set up well somewhere in the past. Just going to scrape off a bit of any excess solder for a minute, because I don't really want that much solder on this. Just want the heat part of it. Okay, so not a lot of room with such a big body. This is again a familiar sort of process. We've got frets that are put in over binding. I can't see a lot of excess glue spilling around anywhere. Interestingly, there's quite a lot of wear on the fingerboard right up here at the top of the guitar, and not so much there. So I'm not really sure what that tells us, whether this has been played an awful lot in this part of the scale, or whatever, part of the neck here. It's been played a lot there, but not so much in around the 12th fret, or the 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, a bit clear, and then upwards there's more wear on the deck. And I just wonder if it's not because of the action, it's because it must have been played a lot more there. So I don't know, that tells us something about Hugh's playing, or maybe a previous owner who played a lot of solos up there, which is kind of interesting, because if it's at 4mm at the 21st or the final fret on this guitar, 4mm action, that's going to make for some pretty strong fingers to be playing notes all the way up here according to this amount of wear. Anyway, so the object of this game is to lift these frets up, and they may well lift easily without too much trouble. So I'm going to just put a little bit of warmth into them, not too much, just to start off with, and then it's probably, you can't see very well. And with my special fret pullers, I'm going to aim to get some leverage underneath that edge. Now I can see it melting glue already, or melting finger grease. So there you go, just getting a bite really to start with. I'm going to just move from fret to fret and just get that first bite done. Some people retain a God, this is quite difficult actually. If you find that the fret is really worn, you actually can struggle to get underneath that edge a little bit. Got it anyway. Yeah, some people make a special tip for their soldering iron for doing this, so that it sits comfortably on the frets. If they're really worn like this, there's not a lot you can do to make it sit comfortably. What I probably need to do in a situation like this is put the soldering iron down and go in by hand. Very difficult to get under that. It's almost flat, so getting a biting point to start is very tricky. Yeah, so some people bend or wear the soldering iron, or wear the tip especially for this operation, which you can do. It helps it stay on if the frets aren't too worn out, but if they are really worn, then in a way there's not a lot you can do to help it stay still. I suppose the thing to bear in mind is if you're doing some resurfacing of the board afterwards, it's not a critical thing if you slip once in a while, because like that, and burn yourself, because basically any slight momentary burn is going to be removed when you resurface the board anyway, like that. See, that's okay. It's just a slip, but it will be taken out any minute when I get my 12-inch radius on it. It's not meant to sound like a carry-on innuendo. So all I'm doing at the moment is just getting the first bite on all of these frets, so that I can I just know that I've got a start point on all of them, and then the rest of the process will be fairly easy. It'll just be a matter of warming the rest of it, and then taking my time to try and pull the rest of the fret with the least amount of pulling of bits on the fingerboard. There's always going to be some. It's almost impossible to get it out without, but what I've found is it's good to have some rosewood sawdust. I've got a pot of it somewhere. Having some rosewood sawdust means you can mix it with either super glue, or you can just fill it into any chips and then pour some super glue in on top, or if you want to, you can mix it up with glue and get yourself a sort of convincing looking wood paste that you can use for filling things, and then sand it again afterwards. What's bubbling, you won't be able to see that, but what's actually bubbling at the end of these frets is years of finger grease, which is really nice. Toasted DNA is what we're seeing here. Yum yum. Okay. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to pull one or two down here, and then I'll switch off and save you the torment of watching the whole thing because it's not that interesting once you've seen it, the basics done. Okay, so again, I'm just going to be warming up, and as I warm up, I'll start to walk the fret out by just biting and moving along. And that biting action most of the time is enough to just start to pull the fret bit by bit up. It does pull the residual glue if there is any with it. Sometimes then you have to get it to come out, you have to, instead of just biting, you have to kind of bite and rock, bite and tilt a little bit, and then get right to the end and then pull the whole lot out at the end. Okay, so what you get is a fairly clean exit hole, but you've got a lot of gunk which we'll need to clean up, and we'll do that probably by at the same time as we're sanding the whole thing. Or actually, I tend to do that with a file first and then go the other way with a sandpaper. So I'll do one more and then I'll switch off and you can go and do something more interesting. This is coming at this being very cooperative, and things are behaving themselves here, which is good. So the other thing you have to think about if you're going to clean the fingerboard by sanding it with a radius block, you just need to be confident that you've got enough rosewood available to you. This is a really nice thick fingerboard, really chunky. So there's plenty of wood to be sanding. We could take quite a bit without running into any trouble, and we just have to hope that these inlays are more than a few microns deep, otherwise we'd be in trouble, we'd have to replace them. But the odds are that they'll be drilled in about a millimetre or two at least. Okay, so I'm going to stop here. You've seen the basics of it, and come back when it's all done, and then we'll start doing some of the sanding. Okay, so we have frets out and it's time to carry on. Well, I'm already doing some sanding with a 12-inch radius block, and paper gets gummed up quite easily, so you have to be ready to brush out as much of the clagged up stuff as you can. It's going to get noisy, so I'm going to turn this right down for a second. Hold on. To the 20s somewhere. It's still going to be quite noisy, but hey. So I'm just working it over with the radius. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Hold on. Okay, so I've sanded off some of the goo, just a light hand sanding. Now what I'm just going to do is just take off a bit of the truss rod, relieve the truss rod pressure, because I want a flat neck, just then I can do the radius block more effectively. This, I have to say, I don't know what adjustments Hugh's made to this before, but this truss rod was jammed in the fully something to position. Well, it was done up tight clockwise, so as flat as it could be almost. So now what I've done is I've relieved it, and it's starting to just about be straight now, which is actually not bad. But it was pretty tight in the other done up, which worried me because I didn't think for a minute that it would actually move at all. So I'm just going to then use the radius block to just smooth the board, or sand the board, but with the objective of ultimately getting rid of these dents over here. So it's kind of using those as the marker. This end's quite clean and it didn't really have much pock marking, but it's down here you've got the potholes. So it's about that's interesting. That's okay. I thought for a minute it was warped. So So it's definitely about watching this end and making sure that we get the holes out. This isn't computer accurate, as you can see that, when you're doing it, your hands move and the block isn't perfectly aligned each time. It's a nice reasonably accurate way of refreshing the condition of the fingerboard. As I said before, there's loads of material on this fingerboard, so we've got lots of room. And it also has the advantage, well, the added advantage that it also shines up your brass inserts as well. Again, you need to, once you use a block, you need to occasionally just make sure that you unclag it, because this very, very fine rosewood sticks very quickly sticks the sandpaper together, it gums it up, and you just get shiny spots then. It may take one or two pieces of this material, the sticky back sandpaper. Okay. Notice I've taped off all the way up here, because obviously the block goes backwards and I don't want it scraping onto the body of the guitar, so it's protecting it all the way back. It takes quite a bit to sand out those huge dents. Don't forget they've taken sometimes 30-40 years to develop, so getting rid of them is it's not an instant process. But it does matter that you judge correctly whether or not you've got enough material to do this. And if to begin with it looks like it's marginal, then you're just going to have to not do it, and you have to live with very nice, clean, fresh frets, but a much more antique looking fingerboard underneath, which to be honest isn't the end of the world. Even if, for example, we had to leave this like this, it's better partly cleaned up than completely cleaned up. Okay, that's alright, that's good. Nice. Getting to the last bit, and I see it pick up there as the insets shine up, and we're just about here, nearly done at this end, but a bit more to do to get the dents out of this end. But if you've got the material in the neck to do it, then what you get is, on top of a nice set of frets, you do get, it's probably very dusty in here now, you do get completely brand new fingerboard into the bargain, which itself is like having a new guitar. Almost there. And then get those last couple of bits. Not so critical at that end, because to be honest, all I'm doing is fighting for the perfection of the 12-inch radius, and that's not the most important thing. The frets we bend are going to be an approximation. They're going to be close to 12. They'll never be perfect because it's done by eye, and I'll over radius them slightly because I want them to grip to begin with anyway, so you don't have to work too hard at this end. But it's this end that matters really, with the dents in the fingerboard. They're nearly there anyway. Far off. A few little dents here. Dusting process. I'm starting to build up some shiny spots on here, which kind of means time for a, well, we can try and scrape it off if we can, but if we can't, then it's time for a changeover really. Just about get it. Okay, almost there. Be very careful not to bash into the wood here. We're almost there with that. A bit more at this end. So close. You can still feel the dents. I'll just have a quick sort of examine through the dust. Phew. Alrighty. Looking good. I mean, even that would work. You'd hardly notice those things, but since we're there, we might as well get down to the final bit, and then for that I'm going to use a new piece of paper as well. This will be the last piece, I think, and then we're ready to measure up the fret wire. I'll go start off by finding the right fret wire, and then starting getting ready to measure it or to cut it. This adhesive sandpaper is absolutely brilliant. It's so cheap as well, or relatively cheap for what it is. It's so convenient for such an inexpensive thing. Can't sing its praises highly enough. I thought it would be really pricey, but it's relatively little. Wood block a minute. Okay. I'm going to have to give this place some space to let this dust settle in a minute. done at that end. It's just a matter. It really dents at this end. It'll be fine. So close. Brushes, where's my brush gone? There it is. Probably need to put the vacuum cleaner in here afterwards. One thing about doing this, it gives you a very sharp edge, so you have to go back over with a bit of sandpaper just to round this edge off. Otherwise, you run the risk of cutting yourself on it. Okay, I'm going to stop in a minute, even though I haven't got every single bit of wear out of this neck, because I think there's a point in which you have to decide to stop with this process, and minor little blemishes left, but hardly noticeable. It's just you have to assess how much you're willing to take off the fingerboard ultimately. Okay. Probably go outside and brush this off in the fresh air. Breathed enough of it already. Right, sorry, here. Lots of dust everywhere, so we'll get the vacuum in here in a short while. But just to go onwards from this, what we'll do is we'll set up the micromesh papers. I'm just going to take a run. We were at 220, so I'm going to get some 600. And just go once over with 600. And then some micromesh. So just really now wanting to shine the fingerboard, or smooth it right back down now. Still see there's slight potholes in this neck, but again it's a sort of compromise really. Got to stop at some point when you think the depth is as low as you want to go. You don't want to take any more off the fingerboard to get out these potholes. May also be possible to actually fill those with my special thingy super glue, and from this, with that, it'll make a shiny spot, which will be different from all the rest. So I'm going to stop. I'm not trying to fill those little holes. Just the remaining few marks I'll have a look at it afterwards and see where we are at. And I'll just reassess right at the end and see whether I need to go that extra little bit. Okay, just getting a slight rounded edge now on this binding. Nice. Sorry, blocking your view. And so just get that, it just takes that sharpness off, very precise edge we just cut with the radius block. There we go. That's nice and soft. Yeah, not perfect up there on those few little dimples, but way better than it was, if you can see. Got one or two little tiny dents still here. I guess we could carry on and try and take them all out. I just want to, the only thing that I want to check on is the depth, or be really clear about, is the depth of the slots remaining, because if we go too far, if we take too much of the fingerboard down, then what happens is we're also reducing the available depth of this slot for the new frets, and if we lose too much depth, okay, that's a very crude way of looking at it, but there is enough there for the tang of any fret. So we could, for precision and overall beauty of this neck, we could continue. Might just be willing to do that. Okay, what I'm going to do is, it's getting dusty in here, I'm going to stop and just finish it, take out these last little blemishes here, and then I'll shine the neck up to the place I want it to be before we start the refretting process. I'll start cutting the wires, so I'll come back when that's done, but it's just going to be a bit more of this sanding. Hi there. Yes, so we are busy cutting new frets for this lovely Dion guitar. The fingerboard has been radiused. I've got radio 4 in the background, so I'll turn that down. So I've radiused the fingerboard. It's nice and clean and shiny. Got rid of the corroded fretboard at the top. That took quite a lot of going downwards, which is something you can only do if you've got enough fingerboard material to do it, and thankfully on this guitar we have. So it's nice to be able to clean that up completely. And now we're just placing frets, and I'm going to go along and trim them a little bit shorter later on, but for now it's just cutting them to size and plonking them in place, so we know every fret, every individual fret is cut in its location. So I don't know, it's probably quite hard to have seen what this was like before just on this video, but this has gone from a very vintage fretboard now to a very new looking one. It will take a while to obviously to put the frets in, go through that whole process with a bit of glue and a bit of clamping and so on and so on. It's just about the right size. In fact, I might just reject that one. Fraction too short for my liking. Yes, so we will be going along, gluing them, clamping them, and then it'll be a matter of beveling and tidying up the ends. Not quite got 100% got the technique of this clipping, putting a tang nibbling thing. It's quite difficult. It's very easy to just bite off a bit too much of the tang, and then you end up having to cut a huge chunk of the fret away like this. Once you've started, you're kind of committed, and then you have to bite the rest off with the pliers, and then it's all starting to get a bit messy. And then I'm going to cut this end off, so hopefully leave me with a fret that works, that isn't too short. But then if it is, I'll start again. I think it may just be, yeah, it's too short. Damn. It's there's something about this machine or this device that means you can, there's no precise way of lining up the tang to cut, especially on a jumbo fret. I don't know if you can see, but no, it's very difficult. But if you get it right, you know straight away, because it just bites it clean like that, which is great. And that other side didn't, so I'm taking a big chunk off. And it sort of partially flattens out the fret, or the edge of the fret, the tang part. Not the tang, the top bit, you know, crown. Anyway, that's enough, it'll go on. But it's not brilliant, so I don't really know any other way of getting it right other than just trying, and if it goes wrong, dump the fret and just take the loss, really. And when you get it, it's like that, just a simple chop. I keep getting it wrong on the second one, I just don't understand why. First one is good, second one I get it wrong. Anyway, it works still, despite all of that. So these are getting wider as we go down towards the bottom. Could probably just cut a whole set at this exact length and just do the job on them. But in some ways, it probably makes more sense to get them accurate from here onwards, because it's quite hard to file down frets when they're up in that position. Well, 2 shots there was easy, but again what's happened is it looked good, but I haven't taken the tang far enough in, which means you're left with a tang that won't quite fit into the slot that's remaining. Now I've got a tang that overhangs but is rough, which is really annoying. Trying to clean it up. Right, so let's see if I can get this a bit more accurate in terms of its length. Right now, still here, there's wasps, spring wasps are trying to find their way into this shed. They think they're going to make a nest here somewhere. I do not wish that to be the case. Okay. Again, need a bit more overhang. Nope. What is going to make this work better? Right. Okay. Nice process this, as you can see. It looks great having the new frets lined up. Something really satisfying about that part of it. Sort of on the way to the new fingerboard or new fretboard. Again, still more tang needing to be removed. Fine. I'll need another piece of fret wire from another foot fret wire. Total of 4 feet lengths, I think, to do the whole guitar. So. Again, not quite right. It's really difficult to know when you get the bite right. I'll sit in okay. Is that right? Yeah, that'll do. There's bits of metal all around the shed now. Bits of fret wire. See, that's crap. Why is that not? It's just so difficult to know when you're in the right place. It's one moment you are and one moment you're not. There doesn't seem to be any kind of signpost that tells you. Right. Let's bend another one. Using the Bendernator, a great piece of Canadian engineering. So, okay, that was an easy one for once. Okay, come on. An easy bite. No, got the hard one. Oh, I forgot to turn my phone to airplane mode. Sorry if it's making noises. Let's get this shut off. Right, one more to cut. I'll just go once over it again and check them all, and if there's any one that is even so much as slightly short, then I'm going to replace it with this leftover bit, because there's no point spoiling it with just one being too short for the whole thing, just because we don't want to waste a piece of fret wire. So that's just about on the mark. Okay, that's just okay, if it doesn't move at all. Okay, that's everything good. Alright, let's unplug this for a minute. I'm charged up all day. So there we have it, the Dion. Changing my specs. There's the Dion with its frets lined up, ready to go. Obviously they're all slightly too long in places, and it won't hurt to take each one off and take a small amount off. Again, this is where if I cut it too short now, I will end up replacing it. That's a nice little final tidy up, so that we don't have to. It's easier to cut it here than it is to work with a file going up and down the side of the guitar, because that very often does take a little bit of binding with it. It's very, very difficult to do it without doing some, not damage, but taking some of the binding, making some sanding marks, which you're going to have to polish out. Okay, that's almost the right size. That's almost there. So clipping here is easier than sanding in situ, is my mantra. These are almost. That's okay. That was a bit big. Then I'm going to use the famous Really Loved Guitars flypaper technique to lift all these off in a way that keeps them all in order, so I can pull them off the flypaper when the time is ready. It is right. Ow! Oh, time is right to use them. It takes a bit of fiddling, but it's not a bad way of keeping them in place. Okay. Come on out, you cunt. Right. So here is my fly paper with all the frets in place in the correct order, and this holds them in the correct order until I'm ready to put them on the guitar. And I'll just hang them off the drill press here with the self-adhesiveness. Brilliant, ready to go. Okay, what do I need to do? What do I need to do? I don't really know. What do I need to do? I need to get myself tidied up with bits of metal out of the way, and I need to get my various parts of the drill, the fretting process ready. So that I've got my glue and my warm water to hand, and so on and so on. Everything close to hand, and just making sure. Sorry, I'm pointing at anything interesting, not me anyway. Okay, there's the tuners over there, keep those out of the way. For this part of it, I'm going to want to I need to put some Velcro on this device first of all. So let's just move this. Get some Velcro. I'll try putting it on this thing, but if it comes off, then no, in fact I'm better off putting it directly onto the metal. But I'll keep this to hand. So what have we got here? We've got the furry bit, so we need the hooky bit. I couldn't live without Velcro. So here we have our bit of Velcro for this purpose. Stick it on there. We could put it on some hard surface and cut round it. Let's see what happens. Should help us to should help me to put it under pressure and stick it to the bottom for a start. Yeah, that's good. So just cut around. Typical, won't come off. Will come off. Right. Sorry, I'm just being very boring, but I'll be with you in a second. Just really making sure there's not much of this stuff overhanging. That'll do. Meanwhile, that's pressed it firmly onto the pad as well, so we shouldn't have any trouble. Just tidying it up there. Okay. Relax the grip. Ooh. There we have Velcro nicely attached. Ta-da! Which then becomes, I guess it'll be like that, it'll be any which way round. But there we are, there we have our thing, and I'm just going to set this up so you can see what it will end up being like. I'm going to stop for a minute before I actually get into the before I get into doing the clamping and refretting, because I want to tidy up a bit, get the water and cloths and everything ready. So I'm just looking under here. This has got a bracing strut here, which is very strong, and then it's the neck wood directly underneath that. So it's safe to put this pad on both of those things. So for example, if we just lower that in and then bring the base up to whatever place we want to do it. So I guess the idea will be how do we get it to stay in place? Well, we'll put it down on top of our fret like that, and then we'll bit of getting used to. Okay, so that's not exactly perfect, but it's tilted over, but that's the principle, and we'll just have to do some experiments to see when it sits comfortably on top of there. Pardon me. I was going to try to put some foam in here, because I think it'd be quite good if that just naturally sat rather than tipping over. It'd be much better if it just sat level, and it's worked okay. The problem with that is that when you put some foam on there, it doesn't actually compress the foam very well. Well, it didn't anyway. Let's try a little piece. We've got some Evo stick. I have time to leave it to dry if necessary. So really it's need a blade, a block, and I want to get a thin slice measuring exactly 2 millimeters, which is quite tricky. We'll see. One slice. Two slice. Not exactly the same. May well work. Very difficult to cut foam, you won't be surprised to hear. See if I can get 2 or more pieces the same. Doing it by eye. Since there's not really any other way of doing it. Okay, there's two pieces roughly the same. Okay, I'm going to glue those on and see what happens. Can't hurt. I'll come back to them. I would glue them on if my glue would come out. I guess the logic behind that is that if we just place them on there, then they will allow us to they'll hold the thing in position but allow us to squeeze down hard enough or compress just far enough to push the fret in. That's the theory I'm working to. And what I don't actually want is the core, sort of the insert to get stuck in there, which I was just about to do. Boring. Right, just making temporary tools on the fly. Okay, so that will then, yeah, see that allows it to sit level without it rocking anywhere, so that's pretty good. I'm just going to leave that to dry for a while, and then we'll come back to this job a bit later on. Meantime, we'll return to the what will we return to? We'll go back to the Electra. The other thing I just want to quickly check while we're here is what this brass nut looks like. Got it in place. Well, first of all, it's too wide. Kind of chunky and handsome, but too wide. We'd either have to narrow down the nut itself or recut the slot a bit, which I really wouldn't want to do, although it'd be easier to cut wood than metal, but I think I could get a straighter filing. I could file this straighter than I could cut that, believe it or not. So it might be worth looking at doing that. It's not the authentic one, but alternatively you can clean up the original one and put a small shim under there, and that's what it needs, a brass metal or a metal shim. And I've ordered some which isn't here yet, so it depends how long it takes to come. We could use something in the meantime, but it's not going to be the same. I took a photograph of this beforehand, but this is not a very nice fit generally, so it's not exactly a clean cutout either, so it has a bit of correction to do. So might just have a go at that, cleaning that up, and then we may find that the new nut fits better anyway. Okay, so I'm going to put that off to one side for now and take a break from it, and in its place bring the Electra back up and change the video over. We'll just sit there. Make sure I didn't bonk anything on the way. So the main thing about this is really I'm just concerned to get this this bit done. So let me stop video because it's a different video altogether. So okay, here we are, squeezing in frets onto the Dion. First one's in. It's not as 100% as I'd like it, but it's not too bad. So we're using a clamp method again here, and in fact I'm using the simpler of the clamps at the moment. There's one-handed clamps. Sounds a bit Zen-ish, one-handed clamps, but anyway. I'm just trying excuse me, I'm just trying to get the feel for this, because it may not be perfect this first time round. I may have to rethink, but the first one is pretty good. Here comes the second one, nicely balanced. The clamp game works quite well. This I'm starting with a 9.5, just to give it some press down at the edges. All the way up. Now here, this one's still holding on to the bracing underneath, so when I squeeze it, I'm going to have to tilt it at the same time as squeezing it, so you can't see very well. Oops, that's come off. But it's squeezed it on at the edges. I have to be very careful when I release the clamps as well, because I don't want them banging down into the guitar. That's pressed the corners, which is okay. So I'm going to have another go with the 12, which will press it full length. Problem with that though is, I know we should be alright. I was going to say, it's not quite the same. It hasn't got as much to hold on to for this one as the previous one. Put it under quite a lot of pressure, but you have to keep this thing from tilting. It's because there's a bracing, a curved bracing under here, and it wants to pitch the other way. So I'm going to let this thing go for a minute, or let it slack off, and I'm going to hold this while I let go of the clamp handle. Just going to have a look at it. I mean, it's on. It's actually not bad, in line with the previous one. doesn't feel as good as or as firmly in place as some of the ones on the Electra did. That's because we don't have quite as firm a footing, but it'll work. Possibly could use a larger block to lean this against. If I could find something fairly quickly that would do the job. Would this work? A bit of this. That fall off. Yeah, let's just cut that. Excuse me a moment while I go off to one side and cut this. Don't have any ready-made bits of wood, unfortunately. Let's see if I can just spread the load of this, and to do that I'll need a bit of Velcro again. Just sitting here. Which Velcro will I need? In this case I will need a bit of the furry stuff. I want to get this going a bit quicker if I can do it before the glue sets. Thank you. The furry stuff, just enough to hold it in place. Come along. Okay, I'm going to go there. Make sure it's centered. Okay. That's given me a bit more grip. That's not bad actually. I've not got much in the way of pressure on this. I can't quite get the handle to give me any more. Still, should be enough. So you can see it's a simple arrangement with lots of Velcro going on. I just have to be careful when I release the pressure that it doesn't fire the block down, or the bottom part down into the guitar. I mean, that's actually not bad. It's not bad at all. I'm just going to give the first one a bit of a hard squeeze as well. Oh, that should be all right. This time, unlike last time, I've got foam on the homemade caul as well, which makes it sort of easier to balance it against the fret. Whereas previously, by the way, if anything breaks in here, it will be the little batten of wood that I've put in place. Damn it, it doesn't quite let me bite any more pressure. Yeah, the little foam pads are quite handy because they keep the thing level. Well, it's tilting slightly, but let's see what we got. Yeah, that's not too bad. Just quickly looking down there. It's not too bad at all. Look at that, isn't that just glorious? I wish I could get more power on it. Something about the way this is sitting now just stops me being able to put the last bits of squeeze into it. I'll give it a couple more goes, but that's what I need. Clamping power, come on. And it sort of runs out there, which is quite a bit of force. Super tool. It seems dramatic, but it's pressing against the bracing underneath here, and the load on that bracing has been carried by the batten of the little stick that I've used under there as well. So it's not a problem. And that's pushed a tiny bit more glue out. So in a sense, that's given it just a little bit more downward force than it had before. And that's, I mean, looking at it, that's probably as good as it's going to get. I'll try pushing down the corners a little tiny bit more with a 9.5, which is how I do it to get that extra push. Again, also just be very careful to get these clamps in and out very delicately. It's going to change in a minute. Then when I put the, I have to use the G, the deep-throated G clamp shortly. Or, well, I think I may have to. We'll wait and see. So partly what I can do is I can tilt this, and it puts a little bit more pressure on. And then I'll take pressure off. It doesn't really need to be held on and clamped. It just needs to be squeezed into place. As long as that's seated correctly, that'll do. Okay. One more little push of this second one, and then we'll be heading. I run out of space then with this particular clamp, and then we'll have to go to the deep-throated G. And that sounds like a very bad 1970s film. I beg your forgiveness. I'm really pleased how this fingerboard has come up. It's really, really nice. Okay. The way they're seated together. That's good. So now I think I can pull this little batten off. We'll keep that for another day. Meanwhile, I'm just going to check and see how far in we can now reach with this. Okay, I can get to the next one with this setup, and that'll be pressing on the underside of the fingerboard this time, so I won't have any rocking motion on it. So we'll go with a bit more glue. It's going to go splurge any second. There we go. Okay, fret number 3. The thing to make sure, I have to make sure, or if you were doing this, to make absolutely sure, is where you're, when you've got the tang cut away, you need to be sure that the tang doesn't kind of hit against a part of the, it doesn't doesn't hit the any clogged up part of the slot. Because if it does, the tang won't seat. So cutting it inwards a little bit is always a good idea, because that gives a little bit less area for the fret to be gripping. It avoids it hitting the edges, which sometimes are congested. So making sure that tang starts a little bit inwards on the fret is good. If it goes too far to the side, it may catch on the edges. So again, starting with the over radius 9.5 insert, and then going to get that under pressure as soon as possible. Come on. I wish I bought a more expensive version of this clamp. Now that's interesting. So that's pulled off. I'm going to need to use this block again. I'm going to have to use that as a support. Basically, there's just enough of the bracing in there to upset the bite of this particular go on the clamp. I'm going to use my little wooden batten as a substitute. Come on, bite it, damn you. Okay. That's biting the ends with the oversized. There we go, pull it out. You can see the glue coming out the ends first. And I'm just, come on, change this out to the 12, if I can get it to come out. I don't know why it's sticking. I'll go with the 12. I think possibly because the 9.5 insert has got paper around it to make it stick, which is exactly what it was doing there. Right, so I'm just going to clean the ends up. Excess glue came out there. Now try and get the overall grip of the 12-inch radius one. This is the one that should hopefully press it into place properly. So this is, by their nature, is tipping it back, so to counteract it a little bit, I'm just gently levering it. Okay. Let's have a look. See how it went on. Now that's showing me that it's down, but it's really only squeezing glue out the ends, which is not exactly what I want. I want to see, ideally I want to see glue all the way along. It's not, yeah, okay, it's not seating on the end, so I'm just going to go again with a 9.5. I don't want to have to pull this one, because it then means cleaning the slot out again. So the way this is going over the top of the batten, or the bracing inside, means it's pushing the force off to one side a little bit, which is not perfect, not ideal. On that corner properly. Got to go and get some food now, but this may not be a good one. Well, it's pushed it down that side correctly, which is good. It wasn't doing that before, so we've got that seated. And it's just one more go with the 12. Fortunately, we can't really leave this. Try pushing this out a little bit further that way. No, it's too far. Okay, you can reach it. I think this is going to be as good as it gets, I'm afraid. Can't get it down any further than that. It's not looking too bad. It's not perfect, but looking at it from this angle, it's sitting in line with the others, even if it's not perfectly flush. That's the tricky part of this. Once we get out to here, out there, on that far out, we're okay on bracing, but okay, I'm going to take a stop on this and see you shortly. Righty-ho, so here we are, underway. You can see I've got the drawbridge out again. It's the way it has to be, I'm afraid. So it's an interesting approach because it's all a bit flexible and flexing until we get to where we want to be, and then it tightens up. Which isn't yet, but it's actually not too hard to do. So sort of get it in place and then crank a little bit of pressure on, and then it's a matter of just keeping it straight while we put a little bit more pressure on there. Everything moves a bit, so it's not perfect, but it's enough. And that's the 12 the 12 insert, putting the pressure on. So we don't need to do it for too long. It's long enough to squeeze the last bit of glue out, and just clear up the excess. There we go. So you can see that I've resorted to the hanging jig again, which isn't actually such a bad thing. It's working quite well. When I get to here, I'm going to stop and then put it into the proper thing over there. And the reason for that is I don't want to put the neck under pressure down here. I could carry on using this unless I prop that with something, which I could do. I could carry on and do it the same way with the whole thing, but I'd rather switch to this because it's easier anyway, and the force is more consistent. So, but in the meantime, I have to continue doing it with this part of it because I can't. There's no way I can get access any other way. So it's good for now. Stop all the glue coming out. So it's not a bad little thing, this string from the ceiling approach has worked really well for me. And as has the kind of bracing approach here, which takes the force off any particular point and spreads it. And here it's pressing on the back, but it's pressing onto a flannel and a piece of wood. So here we go, moving along quite nicely. Start with the 9.5 and then go to the 12. Didn't think this would be such a good clamp, but it's turned out to be not too bad actually. Didn't get as far across here as I thought it would in terms of going that way, but it's turned out to be quite good once we've got past that place. Getting this to work is a matter of balancing it with the thing directly underneath where you're putting the pressure. If you don't get that, it doesn't really work. The whole lot then swings about like that. That's playing up this one for some reason. Why is it swinging round like that? Okay, so you can see that it's a bit clumsy, but it does work. It's squeezing down, pushing out glue. That tells us it's putting some pressure on it, and then we switch to the 12 and come at it again. At this point in time, to be honest, we'll probably be using this crunch bang. Probably be using this one now. We probably get a good. Could we get a good position on this? Maybe. That's how I feel. Yeah, it's fairly easy to reach. And this one's now balanced, so it's actually much easier to just put pressure straight on it. Yeah. That's good. Pretty easy actually. So I think I'll continue with this one for the next 3 and then switch to the press. So I guess it just does a variety of different clamps is good to have. For some circumstances the other ones work better. In this case, this has been quite. This one, and single-handed clamps are quite good. You can put quite a bit of pressure on too. There you go. Done. Check down there, looks pretty good from here. Yeah. If there is any unevenness, of course the fret leveling will take care of that. Right, I think we've got 3 more. 3 more in this jigged position, and then we'll switch. A waste of glue really, but it's the quickest way I can do it. Make sure that it's all clean every time. I think I could probably come at it from this side now. Well, I get a fret in there, that will be a good next step, I suppose. Pretty good. That's the edges first, remember, and then we'll change it and squeeze down the whole thing. Okay. Nice little improvement having the foam either side of the brass insert on this one, because it just stops it from rocking so far either side. Nice. Stand away from it, take a photograph of the jig in operation. And the camera filming it. There we go. So slowly but surely, that's all right. That's looking good. Here, 2 more, definitely. 2 more, and then we'll switch. I'm hoping that tomorrow the little brass sheets that I ordered will arrive, which will give me. Just wanted that to keep the shim under the nut consistent. But if we have to use the other nut, then we will. Kind of was hoping to use the original if possible. Wrong one. Get the 9.5 in there. Okay, well I will any second now. Stop this because we'll switch over. Just clamp it and then I'll cut the camera, cut the video. There we are. So easy. Don't really need this one. Knock it off over here safely. Out of harm's way. Right. Okay, I'm going to stop filming for a minute and see you when we've switched over to the jig. Well, annoyingly, I got ready to use the press, and first of all, the first one didn't reach because I stopped one fret too early, and then there's some other reason why it didn't work. I can't remember. Anyway, it all mitigated towards me having to suddenly jump backwards and do it manually, in which case I can do it that way, but I needed to quickly improvise with the neck support, which is pretty good. So that acts as my stable sort of backing underneath the fret. So what I want to do is get this sort of right in the middle, roughly. Some weight there. And that's pretty good because it's just all pressing on that one place. So all of my plans to use different correct things have all gone out the window. To be honest, I might as well just follow this process all the way to the end here, so long as it's working adequately. That's that's not too bad. I'm going to give it a go with the 9.5 as well. Should have done it the other way around, but hey. And then I can go backwards, put that one in. Maybe I will get the press going again in a minute. But I'm only going to get to do it for half of them, as you can see. Right, let's get this right over the centre of this first of all. Fiddly, getting it all to sort of hold in place. Everything moves right up until the last minute. It's too far out. Good. Okay, it's good. On this way around, I have to remember to hold on to everything when you undo it. Okay, I'm going to have one more go with a 12 on this one, just press it all flat, and then we'll go back a step to the other one. So I guess the thing to try and remember if I'm going to do another acoustic, I've got to get to at least as low as the 10th fret, I think, before I can move it across to the press. That's pretty good. I mean, that's quite easy just to slam that on and move away and leave it. I'll mat it. Just put some more glue in. Yeah. Right. That looks pretty good. Okay, so stepping back one place, fill in this straggler. It's not going in the hole. Still in the hole. That's because it's dragging some hair or something with it. Go with that, damn you. So must have at all times is this wet cloth. So get you out of trouble all the time. Start with a 9.5. Pick up the straggler fret, put it in. Try and put it in. Sometimes you just go completely clumsy and nothing works. Like then. Okay, so I'm starting with a 9.5 over stretch. Neat. So that's quite interesting. It's hit both the corners, but it's not pushing any glue out. Let's try 12. It's just at the far extremes of the neck rest, or the neck cool ability to support the guitar. So couldn't go any further that way, even if we wanted to. Come at it from the other side as well for a minute, for a second. Change out. So change hands, that's what I need. I'm just trying to pinch down those corners because they're not doing it for me just yet. Everything else looking good. Well, it's in. Let's give it one more go with the 12 on this, but right here. So I'm going to carry on. Save you from too much more boredom. I'll just do this one. I'll put it in, lock it in place, and then switch off the camera, and hopefully I'll come back to you when all of these are done, whether it's with the press or whether it's using this method, whichever works for the time being. Right. It's nice to be able to leave it like that, but I have to remember I'm not roped up at the moment, so it could drop off. Right, see you shortly when it's all fretted. Right, so you can see we're zooming along now on the press, you know, the arbor press, oh I never know, arbor press, yeah, the arbor press, the thing with the handle, and we're through the really difficult stuff and into the easier to do stuff now, I have to say. Feels like it's just chugging along nicely, and Just wonder if I can put you down somewhere over here. Drag the power cable around a bit. There you go. Get a fairly good view of it. Wet cloth cleanup. So we go with the fret. Drop it in. Make sure it's kind of in position, lined up. I'm going to make sure as I move this guitar, its support is moving with it, so it doesn't drop off. It's all a bit fluid and flexible, so I don't want to knock anything off. So if you look carefully, you'll see as I press down with this, it's got a lot of force, squeezes the glue out. Don't really need to press it any more than that. That's the 9.5, so it's pressing it flat, but it's also crimping the edges a little bit more as well. So change it out for the 12. We should give it an all-over squeeze. And before I do anything else, I'm just going to take out this excess glue and then line up first. Make sure it's supported as solidly as it can be. I don't want the neck bending any more than it has to. It does a little bit, but there you go. And just move it to the side, get my fingernail in the side, and that's done. And then change over, trying to remember where I put things, change over the insert, the brass insert, back to the 9.5. And then line up the glue for the next one. Again, just checking out where everything is sitting so it's not going to drop off. Cat's out there. Who's out there? Creatures. So tonight then I'll get all of the fretting done and we'll leave it overnight to dry, and when it's firmly dried tomorrow I can start on the process of trimming down the edges, which is going to involve filing. So we really do want the frets to be sort of dried in place thoroughly before we start that. Quite a lot of force goes into that and friction. Sometimes this gets really hard to hold a fret and push it in. Get in there. Right. Again, I always press the thing down first just to make sure it's all lined up and it's flat, and then I can just move along by a tiny fraction and then know that I've got it all. Running out of water on this to soak a bit more up. Okay, so it's a long old process. A lot of care and hard work goes into it, which is why it's not cheap to do. It'll take most of a whole day. Started earlier today. I've done a few other things as well, but it does take a long time. The 12.5. Right, switch it over. So got two more to do, and then we'll be done. It's looking good. It gets so much easier at this stage here if you've got a press like this. But the point being is, as you can see, there's no way that it fits the press all the way, so you have to improvise at some point, because you just can't get to it with this thing. Right. Now for me, it's one of the fun parts about it is improvising the way to get something done without having to spend a fortune on tools, just because you're supposed to. I like inventing things whenever I can. Oops, it's come out of its slot. I always push this back till it locks a bit, and it's only locking under friction, but if you don't do that, you've got the likelihood that it will swing forward and this thing will hit the fingerboard in a way you wouldn't want it to. Okay. Get a line up. The thing about this, it's great for bolt-on necks, but it does leave you with that rig improvising to do with the set necks and acoustic guitars. But there we are. So it makes it fun. It's much more reliable method of the pressure of this thing. Puts all the frets in a much better, more consistent fashion. I mean, the ones at the top end are pretty well embedded, but they are slightly inconsistent in so far as how much force I could put into them at any time. Right, okay, nearly there. You can just see this is great. The glue just comes straight out. You know you've made good contact. Almost there. Just change over the cool insert one more time. And actually I think I've done it back to front. I wonder why I did that. Oh well, I'll give it a quick go with this anyway. Okay, get under there, just support it for a second. Okay, fab. Bring that out carefully. Yeah, looks good. And maybe one down here that's a little bit high, but again, that's the price you pay for having to put it in. A very different approach, and we'll take care of that. That will be sorted out with the fret leveling process. So there we have it. New set of frets installed in this Dion 1981 acoustic guitar, and fingerboard's looking a bit dry, but now we've got the frets in. I'll put some, once we've done the edging, I'll put some oil on that and make it look nice, but that's going to now sit down here overnight and dry, and there we have it. So thank you for spending time watching that. And there's the leftovers, the glue, the wiping pad, and just for those who like a good spray polish, here we have something that can be recommended. What have I got? Let's polish this one. Yeah, somebody recommended this polish when I was having a discussion online about my surprise at seeing an American luthier recommending using Pledge to clean his guitar. So somebody suggested as a really good alternative this stuff here, and it's wax, beeswax based polish. It smells nice. It smells better than Mr. Pledge or Mrs. Sheen. Anyway, it's got no silicone in it, right? So shouldn't be any problem at all to the finish. Does that look good? Does it feel right? Yeah, it's not bad. Remember, it's a budget guitar anyway, so. But hey, it's nice to have something nearby in a spray can that we can use for a quick once over that isn't going to incur the wrath of the luthier or run the risk of interfering with the finish in any possible future repairs. It's interesting. It sort of runs like I can't think what it looks like. It looks a bit like oil, but it isn't. Smells nice too. It's made with beeswax, and it says contains no silicones and no water, which may affect your furniture's finish. Oh, right, so there is no water in it. So it's wax and who knows? Yeah, could become convert to this stuff. That's not bad. I'm glad. Thank you for pointing that out to me. Really good find. I mentioned it to Claire, and as soon as she saw it tonight in the shop, she bought it. So, a new substance for cleaning guitars or polishing them, final polish. So no more Mr. Pledge or Mrs. Sheen or whatever it is, and those evil silicons. Let's just stick with the original non-silicon wood silk, the one, the only. It's extremely flammable. God, you'll probably find out it's got some sort of terrible solvent that ruins your lacquer or something. Does not contain silicons. Yeah, you told us that. Purest beeswax and nutrient oils. Yeah, fair dues. I'm happy with that. It contains, amongst other ingredients, 5 to 15% aliphatic hydrocarbons. Also contains perfume, which it certainly does. Benzoate and linalool. Okay. Anyway, I like it. It's good. No silicone. Right, so there we go, folks. The Dion kind of getting close to being put back together again. In the box over there, we've got the lacquer repairs on the Electra 335 doing, and then tomorrow we've got a load of we've got Harry and his girlfriend staying over, so all the guitars have got to come here, so I've got to go and do that in a minute. So it's going to get crowded. So I'm glad I've got most of this done today. I will put the Dion in the box to keep it safe overnight. But anyway, thanks for spending time with me in the Real Love Guitars workshop, aka the shed, and look forward to seeing you tomorrow when I hope to finish off these two guitars tomorrow or Sunday. Right, later. Hey, good morning, folks. Back straight onto the case with the Daion Gazelle Acoustic, Japanese, 1981, and I've got a bit of Radio 4 going on in the other ear, so it's probably making a terrible noise on the thing. Sorry. Can't get it right. Hold on. Right, that's that. So I've not got Radio 4 extra in my other ear. So anyway, job today is to finish both this guitar and the Electra. Electra's a bit further done than this one, but the first part of this is clearing up the edges of this, and I always find this quite a scary process because it's quite destructive, as in, you know, you are taking files to bits of metal, which makes a noise, so I'm going to turn the volume down. But also, on top of that, you're also kind of bashing quite hard against frets that you've just glued in. So it sort of makes me think, isn't there a less forceful way of doing this? But of course there isn't, unless you are somehow able to cut these frets microscopically perfectly to begin with. But we aren't. So I'm going to use a combination of things, or more actually, it depends. Variety of things. Let me show you some of the things I'm going to use. Could be several things, and basically as much things as is required to get this done. So I've got a couple of metal files, fret files standing by. I've got the fret leveling file, which is actually quite good for, it's got a safe edge on it, which means you can run it up against the edge here and get a lot of the stuff done. You can also, if you wanted to, bevel the entire edge of the frets with it as well, instead of using this. This is a custom made for the job. The problem with this is that it's quite vicious and it skips. So it's designed so that you can first of all do a square edge, cut a square edge first, and then you flip it over, and the idea is you do a bevel, 45 or 35 degrees, whatever it is. And both cases it tends to very easily skip over onto the surface of the frets, which gives you some scratches to contend with when you come to polish it. It's not impossible, because in terms of fret leveling you usually remove those anyway, or always remove those, but it's just I've not yet managed to do an entire refret without this one skipping and scratching the top. So, you know, it might be more control using one of these, doing sort of straight up edge and then doing a manual bevel. I don't see really why not. In fact, I'm not totally happy with this. It's got too many sharp edges on it for my liking. I'd much rather it was rounded like this. So hats off to Crimson for a soft-edged file with safe kind of edges ground onto it. It feels much safer to be working with this around here than that. Although this, it does give you a very, very straight, consistent edge. This one, well, should do as well, actually, think about it. Okay, so I'm going to turn the volume right down right here, because it's going to get really, really noisy. So I'll go right down to the low 20s, and you'll still hate the noise of this, I'm sure, but there we go. So, and of course on an acoustic guitar it's going to make a lot more noise. So I think I might have a little go, excuse me, a little go at just gently just deadening some of the sound a little bit. You see I've got masking tape down here, so quite a lot of it. And it's just a matter of working this until they're all about level. Once they're approximately level, it starts to get easier. Sorry. You can also use this same deal if you want to, but as I say, this feels pretty voracious by comparison. So I'm going to stick to this thing. Masking tape just gives us that extra protection when we get down to the just about flush with the edge. Then it just saves us from hitting the lacquer or the binding. If it wears out too much, you can always just put some more on. It's better to have more masking tape on here than less. That one's wearing or tearing, so I'm just going to rip it and put some more on. At this stage it almost doesn't matter, you can go more rather than less in the tape. The file will always cut through it. So that one's cutting through the tape straight away, which is okay. Again, I'll cover it up again. As soon as we see any vulnerability, we'll just cover it up again. As I say, it'll take quite a while, so especially this end here now, I'm going to just take some time at this end just to wear it down. There's a couple of very long ones here. I've got an extra padding of masking tape down here too, so that it won't rub through. So it's just a case of patience and taking it slow. And if I can find the brush. And just, you're keeping an eye out to make sure that the paper's not worn through or you're not got any wood showing. But it's slow, but it gets there in the end. And if needs be, if it shows any sign of wear, stick an extra bit of tape on. This is ordinary tape going on top of low stick or low tack tape. So the ordinary tape, it's got higher gluiness, but it's on top of all the low tack that's on top of the lacquer. So it's trying to give it as much chance as possible not to pull any lacquer off. So this is coming down slowly, just takes time. And the secret is not to put too much force into it. So yeah, slow, but it will get there in the end. This one's a bit harder to do because it's left-handed over the other side. Don't get quite such a natural reach at it. Same principle applies, especially where it sticks out a long way. Just got to let time wear it down. say, we'll get there eventually. If you want to switch to a left-handed approach, you can. That's not what you want to do. That's how it skips, and then that's how you get fret ends stuck in your fingers. So even though that's, even left-handed, that's not fantastic. Ooh. What have I done there? I've split my fingernail. Thank you, friend. Oh, you don't want to see that. Another industrial injury. Just a temporary fix on that. Thanks to the fret end, that's split my fingernail in such a way that if I don't plaster it off indoors, that's going to catch on something and going to be a bit unpleasant. So meanwhile, industrial injuries ahoy. Yes, so this is primitive, a bit slower than the other block, but a little bit more controlled, except when you're chopping your fingers off. In reality, that little accident only happened because I was putting too much force into it as well. So I reiterate what I said, less force, more repetitions. Tricky bit there, just getting the transition. Excuse me. Yeah, just getting the transition over that edge, and that's why the tape's really good, because it stops it catching anything. Probably maybe better to be right-handed at that point, just to have the maximum control over the way the file runs there. I can see the gap where it needs to be taken down, so it's also what's good about this tool is you can see where things are as you go. You'll know when you get to the edge, because it will just start pulling up the masking tape. And you can then stop and put a bit more back on as a protective measure. I mean, the reality is when you're doing this, there is no way you're going to be able to do this without contacting the binding. That's the nature of this process, is that at the point at which your frets are level to the binding, you'll be hitting the binding or hitting the tape covering it, so you can't just reach there and avoid touching it. The two come into contact at some point in it. What you can hope for is to just do it gently enough so that it's not straight through onto the binding. Okay, so at the moment these are starting to be about the right shape. The beauty of this one is that it tells you exactly. The problem is it doesn't sit right over this edge here, so if I intended to use this, I could do it, but we're rubbing quite hard on the masking tape underneath. Maybe a way. Just have to be very conscious of the fact that it's going to take away the tape eventually. But it is quite good for getting a very definite straight edge. And so you notice it's wood on wood on top. But that is actually, it is quite straight and it hasn't really worn the tape too much, so I think it's probably a good mixture of techniques here. Of course this isn't exactly accurate because you've got a straight surface going on a curved radius, so if this were to be really secure, you'd have a bunch of these blocks with different radii cut here, but of course we don't. We've got one, and so you can see that actually you really can, and one of the reasons why it skips is because you end up rocking it across the radius like this. It's not critical in this job. But it goes some way to explaining why this tool skips so easily and so destructively. This is quite good for getting up those standing 1 or 2 high pieces, high fret ends, which is quite good. The other thing is, notice I'm pulling it this way off the body of the guitar, because if I go that way, the overhang of this is going to hit the sound, hit the body of the guitar itself. So I'm just using it as a launch pad. I'm only pulling in this direction when I'm doing this section here. Right, so I can see it's peeling off masking tape, so I'm going to cover that up again. Never too much. We've got it pretty much flush to the edge, but there's now we've got to tip over it into the angled thing, and once we've done the angled bit, then we come back in and redo the edging again once more, just to make sure you really get right up to the flush to the edge, because of course what you don't want to do is overhang with sticky out bits of fret. So now I'm on the angle. Again, this is the one that really skips. So less force here at all times. It's repetition more than force. Stop and check the integrity of the masking protection. What this will do is this will work off whatever the length is, and you might find that once you put a bevel on it, in fact you've still got quite a bit sticking out, so we then need to go and just lop off those sticking out bits one more time and then re-bevel. Because of the fact that it rotates around that radius and it doesn't fit with, it doesn't work with, because it's flat, you also get slight variations in the angle that this is cutting, but it's so insignificant as not to matter. And again, watching out for the transition here. I think we can go straight across. Just checking it out. Yeah, it does safely go straight over the transition. So here we are watching to make sure it doesn't skip. That's the main thing. It's trying to catch me out. I've also masked off the end of the runoff on the neck as well, because I don't want that blade hitting the headstock in any way. Okay, so that's starting to get us there. There's quite a bit more to do. Just have to sort of trust that time and repetition will do the work, which it will. And also keep in mind that it's usually, almost always, the end frets that somehow will get the least treatment, because we ease off on the pressure or the repetitions or whatever it is. We tend to slack off when we hit the ends. So we need to sort of double check the ends of the run. Probably alright for the first run. You can start to see everything's now beveling quite nicely. Look down the side. Excuse me. Yeah, okay. Not perfect yet. Yeah, there are one or two of these just fractionally shorter than the others, but that's okay. I'll go back to the edging on this other side, because I'm not doing. Now this is interesting because it's left-handed. So you have to work away using it that feels comfortable and isn't likely to result in skipping. And this is where it's going to try and, this is where we have to be careful, because it doesn't sit well across the join here. So we either have to do it manually and it come one way, sorry, not manually, but just pull it one way and just keep going one way. See, and there it is. It's caught me out. Fucker. Excuse me. It's all right. We'll get rid of that scratching. But that's the hard bit. It's a combination of forces. You're trying to keep it off the board and make it bite at the same time. And the result is that it skips off as soon as it can. And the result is you get some scratching on the top. But I know for a fact all of that's going to go when we come to do the fret leveling anyway, but it's just annoying. I've not yet managed to complete one that doesn't end up with that happening. It's the combination of forces going in different directions. You're holding it up and you're pushing it down and sideways at the same time, and it's a sort of recipe for skipping, frankly. So, you know, the first time it happens to you, you'll take big chunks out of the fretboard, not fretboard, the frets. And after that, you'll be aware of it, and then you'll take it easier, and you'll try and balance out forces and put less force into it, more repetition. But it's still always a combination of all of them, and it's just not easy. Obviously the saving grace is the fact that this is destined for the fret leveling afterwards, so it's going to need it'll have any scratches taken off. But it's annoying because as I say, after all these guitars, I'm still yet to get one where it hasn't happened to me. But there we are. Plus the fact that you also end up working left-handed, and here's an example now. We're going to go left-handed on the bevel. You know, I can try and, it'd be better if there was something putting a bit of pressure on this, holding it, and as you can see my thumb, but trying to hold it, keep it on the neck. Pressing down from here, trying. Again, it has a tendency to want to skip. Luckily on this angling one we don't need to lift up because it clears the body of the guitar at that end anyway, so it can be more downward pressure, which in a way will go some way to helping it not to skip. Still quite tricky. It's just time more than force. That's the watchword, and I fall foul of that as well. And it's done it again. Look at that. Try as I might. Scratch the top again. And that was just lifting it back. So lifting it off and mismatch of forces, lifting it and travelling it sideways. Really annoying. Okay, so I'm just going to double check the flat edges on this. That's okay, they're all flush on that side. And I'm going to do the same for this side now. And then we'll do both sides re-beveled again. Last bit up here. And that's not quite, that's running on the paper, but that's fine. How are we doing? Okay, now I'm just going to go on both sides on the angle, make sure we got that as good as it can be. So having taken a little bit of the length off, I can now feel there's a little bit more angle to do. Cover up, a little bit more masking tape on here. Again, just protection, doesn't matter how thick it gets really, as long as it protects the wood. A bit more on that side. Again, it doesn't even matter how tidy or untidy it looks, we're just protecting the playing surface, or the wood top, guitar top. Just where we get these angles. Prep bevel to the right angle. pretty much there. Can't get any flusher than that on that side, and then we've got a bit more to do on this side. The tool eventually tells you when it's finished cutting, and it hasn't there. There's still a bit more overhang to do. So and again, scraped again. Tell you what, that is really annoying. Well, I was hoping I'd get one done where it didn't happen. I think that if this tool had even a slight radius on it, that would stop happening. I think it's because it's a flat surface. So if I were to redesign it, I would redesign it with curve. You could pick an average curve. You could go with 12, a radius of 12, and that would go a long way towards reducing that skip. The real cost of that skipping across the top comes in the next sort of stage where, because of those scratches now, it means our polishing routine has to change a little bit. If that hadn't a scratch on the surface, then we could have done the fret leveling with a much lighter file. Well, we still can, but it gives us a harder job to get rid of these scratches because they're quite extreme. Now while I'm at it, I'm not going to take any of this protection off while I'm doing this. There's no reason, it's all good protection. Okay, so let me just put the volume up again so we can speak normally. Right, so you saw me getting caught out by that tool. I'm not happy with that tool, but it does some aspect of it well. Now we've got the right sized frets now, and we've got the right angle on the edges, which obviously need treatment as well. One of the things that we can do now in advance of the next stage will be the fret leveling, and fret leveling is going to involve quite a bit of sandpapering over all of this. But in the first instance, if we now round off these, sorry, noise. First of all, round off these frets using this fret kind of rounding file, whatever you might call it. And we can get as much of this smooth now as possible. Then when it comes to the next part of doing sandpapering, part of the sandpapering process, the polishing process, can also just run over the edges and re-smooth the things we've cut. So you can't really see that. Let me move back. So I'm going to do both sides of this. Again, more fiddly stuff, a bit noisy. There's a nice concave fret end file. And it sort of just takes the sharp edge of the bevel off and gives us a kind of rounded surface to work on. It still needs a little bit of work, namely needs a sort of working around the edges just to make sure any sharp bit's gone. But once that's done, that will then polish up nicely or smooth up nicely under the polishing process. So I'm going to stop at this point because it will go on for quite some time. I'm going to round all these edges off Then I'm going to mask off the fingerboard, which you've probably seen me do a million times on other videos if you've watched any of them, but I'll basically mask the entire fingerboard off, and then I'll be into the fret levelling process, which would be straightforward, and we'll use a 12-inch radius block for that. In fact, we'll use that one that we've already been using for the re-radiusing of the fingerboard. So stop for now, back in a bit. Okay, here we go again. The fingerboard masked off, neck straight, and the frets marked up, and I'm just going to do a quick check for levelness. And the truth is, we know they're going to be uneven because all frets are when they're installed. It's just the way it is. It doesn't matter if they're installed by me or a factory. These aren't bad at all. There's a little bit of unevenness, but nothing major. So here we go, noise. I'm going to start straight off as I'm going to continue with the 12-inch radius block. And the reason I'm going to do this, actually I'll just tell you this before I go. The reason I'm going to use the radius block is there's a number of considerations. If I hadn't had installed these frets myself, so for example, what do I know? I know that I radiused the fingerboard to 12 inches. I know that I radiused the frets to just under 12 inches, so a little tighter than 12 inches. But I know that once on the deck they are at 12 inches. So I know that this 12-inch block will pretty much fit that. There won't be any surprises. It won't be like, you know, I put it on there and the fret is massively tighter or narrower or smaller or whatever a radius. If I hadn't done the radiusing of the fingerboard, and if I hadn't installed the frets myself, I'd be more cautious about using one of these. And the reason why, I'll just draw it. You may have seen me talk about this before, but in case you haven't, I'm just going to draw it on top of my plans here. It's just quite simple to sort of point out, really. The radius block is unforgiving. So let's say we got a radius that somebody said was 12, all right? But in fact, it isn't. Let's say in truth it's really, I don't know, 10 3/4, whatever that means, right? And we get the 12-inch radius block, which is less tight than that, yeah? So starting with a radius that you don't really necessarily know much about, although it's supposed to be 12, in fact it's a bit less, that means it's tighter and more curved than the radius block that we're now kind of put over the top of it with our sandpaper on it. What that will do is that will force the radius back onto that actual fret. So you'll see that it will take not much off the edges, but it will take quite a lot off the top. Yeah, you see the effect of that? Sorry. So that means if it was a fret we're wearing down, you end up with loads taken off the middle of the fret and hardly any taken off the edges. Alternatively, it may be a situation where this was much flatter than our thing, in which case what happens is you end up with more taken off at the edges and less in the middle. Not very good drawing, sorry about this. But that's the effect. So the block here imposes its shape onto the thing, which is now, we call it, I don't know, 13 or something, whatever. In which case you get a load of flat spots on your frets around the edges. They're worn very low and then they're higher in the middle. There's still a beautiful 12-inch radius when you're finished, but you just don't have that much metal left because you've imposed a proper fixed radius back onto an uneven fret or board. So do you get the logic behind that? So from my perspective, I'm comfortable using this block here, despite it has that effect of potentially imposing its radius onto a board, because I know that the radius we're working to is pretty accurate, since I've been in charge or controlled those first two stages. But like I say, if we hadn't done both the frets ourselves and the frets and radius the board ourselves, then it would all be a little bit less certain, and in which case I would probably be more comfortable reverting back to this thing, which, because it goes in strips, it doesn't impose any set radius. It tends to follow the existing radius, whatever that is. It follows that radius because it literally just doesn't impose it. It tracks the radius that's already there, whatever it is. The difference about the downside of using that, why wouldn't I still use it now? Well, the downside is this is huge scratches. It leaves massive scratches, which gives us a lot of extra work in polishing. The advantage of this, if the conditions are right for it, is that it starts with 220 and we're already on our polishing regime, if you like. We're heading towards polishing the frets rather than adding new scratches, which are going to take us a long time to put right. Okay, so I hope that made some sort of sense. I'm going to take the volume right down now, so I don't deafen you, which is always pretty noisy with these things. And then you can see what happens when I start to... Now you can see straight away that, well, you may be able to see that it's taking metal off some frets and not off others. So I've got a high fret there, a high fret there, and whereas a couple of the others are a bit lower. That's fine. We'll just keep going with this until they're all taken, the metal taken off the top. And it's, it is the case that the ones that happen to have been fitted higher than the others will lose a bit more metal in this process. But it's the way we correct for the difficulties of installing at the top end, which, as you saw earlier on, are considerable. So we expect these to be more or less level, but these we expect some variation, and we're getting it with a couple of these. But we'll take this out. Okay, so we've taken a little bit off everything. I'm just going to put the volume up again, sorry. Taking a little bit off everything, and one or two substantially more than the others, but as I said, you may not have heard, but that's our way of correcting any of these difficult to install frets, which we kind of expected. I knew there would be one or two. The ones that are just very difficult to fully install or clamp really tightly because of the structure of the guitar, and we're at a slight disadvantage at this end whatever happens. So the result is that this fret at the moment is flatter, and this one slightly as well, but that's fine. We'll take care of that when we reprofile it. What I'm interested to know now, important thing to know now, is to just make sure that along here there are still no substantial remaining unevennesses. There's a little bit down there which we can come back and take care of. And by and large, at this stage now, we'd be expecting to see, because of the levelling effect of using the radius block, the tiny little bits only, just tell us we've got a little bit more to do, and then we do it. We'll check again. This one still standing a little bit high, and I can tell because it's causing a low spot either side. So by and large, it's not too bad. We're almost there. That one's got a little bit more to go to. And I've got a little bit of support on the neck here so I don't deform it. A little bit more, sorry, noise, paying a little bit more attention to that end just to make sure we take care of that unevenness down there. Thank you. Breakfast. Good. Nearly there on this one. Or nearly there on the frets, isn't it? It's quite hard work, but this as much down as possible, but we shall see. Put the volume up a minute. Yeah. Right. Okay. Yeah. So this, I'm hoping that this now has levelled them more. Tiny little bit more down there. Mostly. Good. 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 Tiny bit there. Tiny bit there. That's almost right. Okay. A little bit more at the top. Again, I'll just take the volume down. Save you the misery, or save me having to do it in post-production, as they say. I think that will be almost now a lot. Tiny bit on the edge there. A bit more working on the edge. A bit more on here. That's right, just banging into the whiteboard a little bit. Okay, almost there. Radius imposed, almost perfect. Tiny little bits, but a couple more passes and we'll be there. I'm going to just brush this by the door because it's a bit dusty. It's raining out here. Right, so that's that levelled. I'm now going to mark up frets again, ready for the reprofiling part, which I'm not going to do on camera because it's going to be noisy and long-winded, but suffice to say I'm going to use my StewMac diamond fret levelling file, and then I'm going to just work each of these frets back to the right profile, including particularly or especially the ones that are now slightly flatter because they were higher to begin with, but everything will end up the right profile, and then we'll go into the polishing mode and then it'll be ready to address the nut and the bridge aspect of this guitar, which as yet I haven't made up my mind whether it's going to be a replacement or reuse the old one and shim it, but we'll see. Okay, so just for your edification, the jumbo end of this file on all of these frets. Again, it'll be noisy, but let the diamond do its work, which it does very well. And just work the top of the fret, or the fret, until it cuts away the shoulder part, if you like, the sticking out bits, and you end up with a reprofiled fret, but with the right height, because you leave the thin strip of black on the top. I don't know if you can see that. There's a little thin strip of marker telling me I haven't taken the height down at any point. Okay, so I'm going to stop you there and eat some breakfast and then carry on with this. One more.
I'm so pumped up and passionate right now.
Dead ringers, very good radio 4. Okay, so there we have the fretwork done. As you can see, a lot of dirt and just going to remove that. The tape, that probably makes a hell of a noise too, I'm so sorry. Remember, this was the low tack masking tape. So for the purpose of protecting the finish, but not getting too sticky with it. And just as I'm looking at this, I am seeing the outline of a, it's interesting, the outline of a scratch plate that may well have been on this guitar once. This is the way the light's catching it. Could be wrong, but it looks like that. Kind of curved up to the middle here. I hadn't seen it shown. It didn't show in the any of the ones I've seen online. I don't think they have scratch plates. Can't remember. Anyway, so as you can see, as some of the tape comes off this end of the guitar, you can start to see the beautiful new jumbo frets coming through. All nicely levelled now. I haven't levelled to the exact same accuracy as an electric guitar because the action is never going to be that low. So this is levelled to slightly lower standard, and that doesn't mean it's not a good standard. It means I'm prepared to leave a tiny bit of unevenness in the whole thing in order to limit the amount I take off the frets. There's a balance between the overall playing action that you're going to get or you're going to want on an acoustic guitar, which is a different what the word would be, it's different requirement to the electric, which you want to play lead guitar right up there in the top frets. So I'm going to just pull all these tabs back because I've got quite a bit of other protective masking tape in there. So if I can just get these out of the way, and then we'll take the strips that we used to protect the binding, take those off last. Over. And here we are, our beautifully refretted, polished frets. Levelled and polished, I should say. Let's take off this edge binding. This extra bit of protection at the top here. might need a bit of what do we call it, naphtha on here, because this is stuff I use at the top here is regular masking tape, and it sometimes leaves a bit of glue behind, residue behind, but it's got more stickiness to it. That'll be fine, it will come off. Yes, so I'm going to get as much as I can get done on this and the Electra just now, and then it's a rearranged band rehearsal for today instead of tomorrow, so I'm off then down to Cornwall to rehearse, and this week I shall be taking the guitars of choice will be the Rally Les Paul copy, which I think is just a great guitar. And it'll be that and my Sun Mustang Red one, which I restrung yesterday with 9s instead of the 10s that were on there. Didn't work for me with 10s on. Okay, so I'm just going to give this fingerboard a bit of a sort of dust over, really, more than anything, and get that last bit of sticky marker masking tape, I should say, marker pen masking tape off the headstock, and just a moment to clean this out a little bit. I will do, before there's a very final move, I will just go over this edges here with a tiny flexible file, bit of sandpaper attached to a cable tie, and I'll just literally take care of those, any sticking up edges that we didn't get with the sanding. I'm just going down the edges of the frets too to get rid of any marker pen that's stuck there. It helps to have a bit of fingernail to do this. And then what I'll do in a second, just check the marker pen's all gone all the way up that way. In a second, then what I'll do is just give this neck or the fingerboard a little bit of oil, just to bring up its natural colours, and just taking off some of the dust that we had, this residue, and then it will be ready for the bridge and the nut, which I'm going to need to do a bit of thinking about, because the nut is the bridge saddle is in a bit of poor repair, and I really don't want to just put it back on and worry just putting it on. I mean, clearly it played before, and if I have to, I'll put it back on as is, but it's obviously wearing away. Oh, it's already worn, but it's going to continue wearing the way it's already wearing, which isn't what we want. So, with a quick flip over, and then a bit of oil, which I keep forgetting to order any more of. This new refretted Dion Japanese 1981 Acoustic is kind of nearing its completion. Not altogether finished, but there's nearer done than not done. And it's just, by the time I've got to this point in the process, I've forgotten how worn out the fretboard was yesterday when we started it. But of course, when Hugh gets back, he's going to notice that difference straight away, because it will be the most obvious thing that jumps out. Just take off the excess. I don't want it leaping around everywhere. So, oh yes, get a couple of quick celebratory pictures of this to report back on. Nice. Close up. Okay. Yeah, there you go, folks. Refretted Daion acoustic guitar. Probably needs just a bit of gentle hand sanding around the edges, not only of the frets, but also just on the edges of the fingerboard, because radiusing it makes it very flat. Not flat, it accentuates the boundary, the edge boundary, so you can feel almost slightly unreal in terms of its just how sharp the edge division is. So it's very easy to just get a bit of sandpaper like this and just round it. That's all we need to do, just soften it a little bit. I did it already once, but it seems like it needs just a little bit more. So just a bit, sort of hand finished touch. I mean, it's like all hand finished, but you know what I mean. I'm just doing it about 45 degrees. Just trying to avoid doing any more, making any more marks on the frets themselves, because I've done all that hard work to polish them up. Of course, this sandpaper will get too big for the higher frets, so we'll double it over. You can see I'm just softening it off and then double it. It doesn't make the ideal flat surface, but it will be enough. So just enough to soften it, really. That's all I'm doing. It's a finger measurement, just do it until it feels right and check it. In some senses, a guitar of this age, that fingerboard or the edge would probably have been worn quite rounded by all those years of playing. So anything like this is going to feel unusually sharp, not sharp, but crisp. I'm trying to think of a way to describe it, you know what I mean. Very defined. So it probably feels better to on the side of taking a bit more off. And actually, if we're going to do that, then while I'm there, I can just use that process to take care of any small overhanging burrs on the frets themselves, actually, because that's probably just a much simpler way of taking care of this. So let's have just a quick feel down here and see. Yeah, that's quite nice, actually. I think I'll do. That's okay up there, you don't ever reach that, so I'm going to do the same down this side. Combine the two operations, really, rounding off the fingerboard and just taking away any sharp burrs on the edge of the fret. So taking care of the binding, sharp binding, the sharp edge of the binding, and any sharp fret edges at the same time. And just being very careful to avoid the wood here. In fact, a straight edge would be good for that. quite a useful thing now, because it's killing two birds with one stone there. Looking at a couple of tiny flakes of fret coming up there, which tells me that's taken care of a couple of sharp bits. But wow, that's superb. Right, bridge, clean the tuners, put them back on. What's the time? We have 13:03. I've got about half an hour more. I'll probably get the tuners cleaned and put back on this. And then will be time to go and play with the band. Have a look. Just put this down here safely, out of the way. That's nice, feels really good. And I have to just go back and do the same technique on the Electra, as it happens, because the Electra also has a re-radius fretboard as well, so that's going to have a degree of sharpness to it. Okay, so while I'm at it, what I'm just going to do is just going to load up a cloth with some stuff, and I just want to hand clean the body of these tuners to get the obvious gunk off. I don't want to try and shine them up after 40 years of being on this guitar or whatever it is. I just want to get any obvious stuff off and give them a slightly cleaner look, which isn't hard to do, because they're fairly good quality metal and chrome. It's a little bit worn, but it's not bad for all these years. A cheaper, nastier guitar, chrome would have almost completely, the gold would have completely gone by now. Nope. So I'm going to just do these, put them back on, and pay attention to there's a couple of loose holes. 1 and 3 are very loose, so just make sure I have a look at what's going on there. If the screw won't fit, we'll just look at slightly oversizing the screw, and if that doesn't fit at all, then we could put some glue in there and just screw into the set glue, which is one way of doing it, or the setting glue. Just helps to pack out the hole a little bit. Or if we wanted to, we could fill it with some toothpick and go in on top of that, and the toothpick sort of fills out the existing hole, which has become too large over time. Okay, so this is just a cosmetic clean. Nothing, we're not getting any solvents into the machinery or anything like that, which we don't want to do because it's probably got lubrication in there. It's just to give it a sense of feel that it's been cleaned up over time. The brass nut is nicely cut. I would rather, to be honest, I'd rather shim that than I would replace it, since it's part of the original guitar. And then this bridge part is going to have to be thought about in some depth. Of course, I'm very nervous about these original wooden, those things, string pegs. So I'm just going to put the nut and bridge off to one side, and while I'm here, I'm going to replace these tuners so that they're back on the guitar. I've given the head stock a good clean, it's a lot nicer. Okay, so these actually very helpfully, I've numbered them anyway, but they tell us which ones they are, and you can't get them wrong because they only sit in one place. So even if I forgot which way round it was, this will tell me. So there you go, that's number 1 down in that corner. Knock them through, lightly move them up. 2. Sorry, I don't follow the action, do I? Very chunky things, these tuners. Substantial. Before I go rehearsing, I've got to bring a load of guitars and guitar cases out here because stepson and girlfriend are coming down. So my storage room temporarily becomes a bedroom. Now I'm just putting these on, and I'm going to try doing the screws. I'm going to look for some replacement screws that may already start out being slightly larger and see if I've got some, because there's no harm in just going in with a slightly larger, very slightly larger set right away, instead of trying these out and then finding some of them are genuinely worn. So quite happy to start out slightly oversized, and very slightly, I mean. Which means I need to go into my department of screws for tuners. Okay, so I've got some that are slightly longer actually, which is probably a good thing. Let's compare and contrast. Okay, they are slightly longer, slightly thicker, and they are, let's have a look. Off the right screwdriver head. As I say, just recognising the fact that these have been on for the last 40 years or whatever it is, so it wouldn't hurt that we replaced them with something that holds them tighter, so we don't get any more of that spinning. Okay, that's quite a good fit. We'll see how this one goes. Put the screwdriver on a very low chuck, low torque. That's nice, good and solid. Yeah, I'll stick with these. I don't think the fact that these maybe not the same original Japanese screws is not going to be as important as getting a firm grip. I would make that the priority, personally. Okay. And this will be the test, because it's numbers 2 and 3 that were very loose, which are these two. Oh no, we've done them already. There you go. Sorted. Okay, so what I'm going to now do, flip it over and then just use the adjustable spanner, if I can find it, hanging up where I put it, of course, as you'd expect. I'm just going to then do these up, and we'll go back and just check the screws with a manual turn, with a handheld screwdriver. Under reasonable pressure or force. Make sure the body of the unit is pulled tight against the machine, the headstock, because it's often that starts the screws loosening if this isn't tight enough, and there's movement on the other side. So we're just there to make sure that doesn't happen. And we can remove the numbering. That's good. As I say, I'll just flip it over now again and just double check the screws using handheld screwdriver. bag these up, put them back in the drawer. The drawer of badly marked things, and then take off the masking tape. Okay, that'll be this end of the guitar ready to receive strings. Right. Tape off, tape off. Lovely. Okay. All in order. I'm going to put this in the case now, because all that remains is to maybe find some other metal. If I'm not going to find myself the brass that I ordered, I may shim it with a different kind of metal, but I need to go and go hunting for that. So right now then, this is probably best off the Dion with its nice set of new frets going back into its case, ready to be bridge and nut done, and then restrung. Beautiful. Dion, 1981, Japan. New set of frets, ready to go for another 30 years of life. Very good. And she goes into its custom-made case. So nice. I'm going to take one picture of that sitting in the case, so I can send it to Hugh, and he knows that it's not far from being done. Terrific. So the last bit, I'll switch video feeds. The last bit for today will be use Electra. You need to just take care of this lacquer repair at the top. I need to change the video, so see you later for the Dion finishing part. Good morning, folks. Welcome to Relove Guitars Workshop. I'm Sam, and this is the Daion Gazelle, and I'm just basically getting this. We've done the refret, and now it's a case of putting this guitar, or putting the string back on, and seeing where we are in terms of the action, and it still needs quite a bit to come off, but of course with the frets going up, it means various things change. So first of all, the action changes considerably, the fret height. So I'm just trying to work out what we need in terms of shims or anything. So first rule is I want to use the old bridge, sorry, the old nut. Here comes Morris. I don't know if he's going hunting. I want to use the old nut, and if I just put it in on its own, and it's really I've got the wrong string in this slot here, but it'll do for now. So I'm just going to put this under load. The bridge down this end, I don't know if you can see, but I've done a sort of a homemade repair with some solder. It's not the best substance in the world to use for this, but it's going to do for now. It's going to allow the E string to come back to the right height. It won't last forever, but it will last long enough to find either a replacement bridge saddle, or or nothing, or replace it, which would mean slightly reconfiguring this slot. Anyway, but meantime, so what I'm just trying to do is, with that in place, and it doesn't have to sit properly, this end's the bit we're worried about for now, just put it under a bit of pressure. Again, I'm not even using the original ebony pin here because they're so worn. I don't want to use them any more than I absolutely have to. Now, interestingly, having just replaced this brass nut, and the plan here is to just see what happens with the brass nut, I'm actually getting a fairly good action over the first fret. Bearing in mind the frets have come up somewhat, what I guess I'm trying to gauge is, do I need a shim under there at all? If so, what? I've cut a couple of pieces of things. I've cut a piece of copper here. Piece of copper, which is about 0.8 of a millimetre thick, and I've got some 0.3 millimetre tin, which is all I've got at the moment. I did have some brass on order, but it's just not turning up. The vagaries of eBay. So I guess looking at this, I can definitely allow myself a reduction in height off the bridge as planned. That's going to mean literally shaving some off the back side of the bridge, which is the only way we're going to get the action reduced. But I'm looking at this, and to my surprise, this, certainly on the lower strings, but I may have to, in fact, I will have to add a higher string just to do a kind of comparison. I'm going to use a heavier gauge one in the wrong place, but what the heck. Just to sort of balance this up, I'm going to pretend it's a B for now, which it isn't really. It's just really to give ourselves something to work with. Doesn't matter, they're not really the right order of strings. So I'm just going to get this loaded on, and then you can have a look at what the nut is really doing. The action was pretty good before, so I can't quite understand how we could raise the fret and get away without raising the nut on a shim. I mean, if we can, that'd be great, but I suspect that I'm going to find that as soon as I clamp this one down here, I have a feeling we're going to run flat against the new raised first fret. That's just my theory, and I think this will necessitate, getting a shim, a small shim under there, maybe even to be on the safe side. But having put this one under, calling it a B, don't want to put it. This is an electric guitar string, so I don't really want to pretend it's the right place. First of all, the nut never fit properly into this slot anyway, so it's leaning forward a bit. I can't really do much about that other than prop it out with a little. I mean, in a sense, it might even make more sense that the shim goes. Oh, sorry. Shim goes under the front of the nut. That might make more sense if I just slack these off. If I can slack them off. And push this under the front. It's not something I'd want to see normally, but yeah, it's not quite enough room. Although a piece of tin shim would go under there. It actually does. I've bent it now, typical. That shim does stand the nut up correctly, the way it should. I don't know if you can see where it should be standing. It's sort of vertical now, and the intonation is then a little bit recovered. The other opportunity, which might even work better, would be to take the same piece and put it behind the nut to push the nut up against the up against the face of the rosewood board. And that does seem to work a bit better, but it does leave you with. It doesn't look very good. I mean, it is the way it was, if you see what I mean. The only alternative is to just spend a bit more time with a chisel, making sure that the front edge of this is exactly right, because this nut currently sits in a quite nicely cut slot, but it's definitely about nearly a millimetre of play or space at the front, which we don't really want. If we trust that the fretboard is the right, the binding and the cut of the fretboard is correct, then we need to make that nut slot fit flush. Anyway, so in principle, I'm pleasantly surprised that we can. That there is first of all room on here, and there's clearance over that first fret. The question is will there be clearance once we put that under load, and then once we take a millimetre of height? And that's quite difficult to do. Well, not difficult actually. If you remember, looking at my board, the action originally was... I've taken a photograph of it and rubbed it off. Oh no, okay. 4mm at the 21st of the last fret. So we've currently got 3 now, so it's already lower, just as is. So if we took 0.5 mm off that bridge, that would be quite a considerable reduction, or quite an improvement on the previous action. So 0.5 mm. And of course, what's happened is that the frets have come up to meet the strings. So if I take just a press down 0.5 mm, then we've got some clearance here. I'm not sure it's quite enough, and I'm going to build myself 3/10 of a millimetre or 0.3 of a millimetre leeway or grace, whatever you want to call it, by putting this tin insert under there, shim, and that's going to lift it up for us by 0.3, and that gives us a bit of cutting room back in the nut. What I'm also going to do when we finish that, whatever the seating of this, I'm going to make sure that this is filled with bone dust, so it's a little white filler in there because it looks a bit ragged. Down at this end we've got this solder replacement here, but it's not going to last forever. So I kind of made my decisions then. So I'm going to take 0.5 mm off this bridge. I'm going to use a tin shim, which I'm going to cut a tiny bit shorter because at this moment it's a fraction too long. I don't want it sticking out at the end because it's very, very hard to file or work tin once you cut it. So I just need it. Shaving a fraction off. I just want to see where it sits. If I was being really, that's okay, that's good. If I was going to be really, really precise, I might also have just a close-up look. Let's put it here where I know I want it. Have a close-up look at the inside of this slot and see if there's anything I can do to straighten it up and see what I can see about the condition of it. Why is it sort of sitting uncomfortably? First of all, it curls round, so it's more of a gap at the edge than there is along the bulk of the nut. That's the first thing. So it's probably just an edge problem more than anything else. In fact, it is. So that would be cured by fixing it. So I'm not going to do any more adjustments to that. So I'm going to go with the decision. I'm going to put some super glue into this thing now and lay tin on top of it, and then I'm going to do a little sandwich on top of that. Woo, we're doing it, it's going, it's in. Woo! Tin and super glue. So I'm on, camera's running. So tin shim in there, then tim the shim, then on top of that a bit more, and I'm going to use a clamp and I'm going to use the strings to squeeze this down. So tin shim, bit on the facing edge. I'm giving myself a little bit of extra height, which I didn't really need, amazingly. It all seemed to fit together quite nicely, but the extra height will allow me to let's put these under pressure quickly and get the position right. Extra height will allow me to sort of cut down with a file to get the action exactly right, give myself a bit more room than just doing it exact. It seemed to be a perfect match just the way it was, but I wanted a bit more height than less, if you get what I mean.
Yeah.
And that's going to cut more.
It's also slightly curved that way, isn't it?
It doesn't fit. It's never, the slot's not been cut correctly.
Oh, right.
What I'm looking for is, with the bridge in, saddle in, I'm going to take about 0.5 mm off there, which leaves me with that much clearance over the first fret, which gives that's too much, but it allows me now to cut down with some room to spare on these, as opposed to starting dead on.
Yeah, I get it.
And this one. This one's too high, but I'm going to put it under pressure to flatten that. Actually, it shouldn't be pulling on that one, it should be pulling on the next one, to be precise. But okay, so these slots will require a bit more cutting.
Yeah.
But then I'm going to help that process by just putting the whole, hopefully, put the whole thing a bit under pressure. And then here's the thing I did.
Oh, that's really good, isn't it?
It's not perfect, but it's in the correct, the intonation position will be right, because I could see the original mark. You see the original line?
Yes.
Kind of edge is sort of in line with that, so it's correct, and it's the right thickness now, but it'll wear out eventually because of the nature of it.
Well,
better than note.
Yeah.
So once that's stuck,
because I suppose the other risk that you might take with something like that is that although it's old and it's worn, the player might be used to the way that works for him.
No doubt. I mean, if you raise that, in fact I've raised that back up, it's fixed it in a way that it wasn't fixed before, so it will feel different, because not only the higher frets, the action will all feel different, but also the fact that Hugh's probably used to the B and the E being out of sync. Yeah. But now this will bring the E back up to the same level as everything else.
Right.
But
so it's a bit like driving a car that has had something wrong with it.
Yeah. It just changes a slight bit.
Yeah, you just adapt yourself rather than the car.
So that's
very good.
Cool. And then I'm just going to use my micro vernier things, wherever they've gone, calipers, just to take about 0.5 millimetre off from the flat underside by using this as a flat surface, and just backwards and forwards measuring it until I've got 0.5 millimetre off. Plonk it back in, and then we're go there.
Great stuff.
Ready to get this one done. And then,
yes.
Yeah, it's really good. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how it plays until all of that's done.
But God, it's amazing, the subtle differences.
And then what I'm also going to do, you see those gaps there, I'm going to fill those with bone dust, glue and super glue.
Right.
And we'll have a sort of varnish lacquer over the top of the repair there as well. So it'll just look a bit tidier. Yeah. And luckily I've got quite a few bits of bone knocking around to shape
them down a bit.
Well, I've also got here's some I made earlier. Quite a lot of it.
Oh yeah.
Proper bone dust. That looks like the stuff that when I had a bike crash years ago, and it was a bit gory this, and I had fixators in my arm, and they took the fixator bars off, and they just left these pins sticking out, and then they put what looked like a corkscrew on top, and unwound them, and as they came out of my bone, out of the hole in my skin came dust. Yeah. It was sort of white dust came out, and it was this. Anyway, there you go.
Whose bones are there then?
Animal, hopefully.
I'm going for snoozing.
Okay.
Oh, I'm really pleased for you.
Thank you.
So
I'll be here doing this.
Yeah.
You can
it's
count
so
on
great
it.
when a plan comes together, isn't it?
Yeah. I just want to get
nail varnishes.
Get those elixir strings on this baby, and we'll be.
You've got more nail varnishes than me.
Yeah, but they're all blue. That's the problem, and none of them were the right one. So. Right, now's the time to slack off, get the bridge saddle out.
Did you ever try and mix them all together?
No, I didn't. I just... by that time I'd ruined the entire paint job on the guitar anyway, so I kind of just quit and gave up on it. Right, here we go. Measurement to time. Where am I going to measure from? So these two parts should be identical. 3.99 or 4 exactly. And 4 exactly. Nearly. So I want, what do I want? 3.5. It's going to be noisy, sorry. bright shiny brass. It's wonderful the way it cuts.
God, I've realised why I don't paint my nails.
Why?
Because it's so hard to get it even.
Yeah. Right, let's see in a bit. Nice and shiny, new, fresh brass. So again, checking every step of the way now. I want this at 3.5 millimeters in total thickness, and I'm just keeping the same spot that I'm measuring from. And it's slow, and it's going to be slow, and that's the way it is. There's no hurrying it up. So I'm going to turn the volume right down a minute while I do this, because otherwise it would just be really annoying. Volume right down, so you can just see but not hear, and I can put the radio up.
Actually,
Oh dear.
with a not that colour, like about mainly black, and it's amazing how less prominent it looks.
Okay.
But I mean, the other
Gardener's question time.
Wire wool in vinegar and water, and you paint it on lightly, and it makes it look like that painted and that is a very good way of keeping you snappy awful looking utensils, and it just spreads it back, and it's very easy. Leave the wire wool in to soak for a bit.
Wow.
It just makes it have a pattern.
Why the wire wool?
It's something to do with ferrous. You're the chemist, isn't it? Ferrous oxide.
3.96. It's taking its time to go down that end.
And it does work. We've done it on quite a few
3.96.
places.
Okay, Matthew?
I was just thinking, you know, if they are
3.89.
taking the nudist, that the wire wool and vinegar could be left there as a threat as well. But you said it's quite wet, the base of the fence. Is that right?
Yes.
How wet is wet? I mean, is it wet year round, or does it dry out in summer?
No, it doesn't really go on from summer.
So that does make a big difference. I mean, I always think the thing with a sort of linear feature like a fence is that the best way to obscure it is to break up its outline, basically. And if it's wet, then maybe you could think about something like 3 or 4 willows, and I don't mean
3.9
I mean
on one side,
like Salix britsensis.
3.8 on this
which is a
side. It's a
lovely
slow process.
Stem colour willow,
Going
which
to
you can grow on a clear stem and then pollard backwards.
tip out this dust a minute.
But it will send out these wonderful golden orange stems, and you can plant 4 of those all hitched up tight to the fence. You get wonderful interest in winter, and of course the stems will grow above the height of the fence. We'll break it up, but we'll tolerate the wet, because I think that's going to be the tricky bit with anything that you plant. That wet soil, if it's wet year round, there are not that many plants that are going to cope with it, and you will get it with your hand.
And the dog.
I had some strange successes at the bottom of our garden that's very wet. And things that I haven't wanted, I just slung down there to see if they'll grow. Funny enough, some willows have died. And a plant called Drimys winterii, which is quite a tall evergreen shrub that's slightly tender, has white
3.9.
flowers, late spring, which you would think
3.7. So we're getting there. The one side is slightly bigger than the other, so I'm going off the base side.
And you put those in the bottom, it's quite wet, very much so. So you might be able to turn it into something of success. But yes, I think breaking up the line of the fence is really important.
There you go, thank you, ideas there for your trampoline and neighbour. Well, I'm afraid that's all we have time for here in South Devon. Next week, Eric and the team will be in Lewis in East Sussex. Until then, for me, Peter Gibbs and all the team, it's goodbye and may the weather be with you.
Thank you. 3.7. That would be 3.8.
Gardener's Question
3.87.
was produced by Dan Cocker. The assistant producer was Hannah Newton, and it was compromised production for BBC Radio 4. Long-wave listeners are leaving us now for cricket coverage from Barbados on Radio 4 FM. It's the Listening Project. Are there something to help us discover or do better our skills? Creative writing is a great novelist to playwright.
But does it sometimes happen to you that the characters take over?
Yes, and they should. They not only should, they must.
Gather together.
3.6. Getting there. Whoa!
This could have comedy books. You're always trying to make it funny, yeah, and I'm 82 now, so I suppose it must be 82.
The Invisible College, presented by me, Kathy Fitzgerald.
We shall comport ourselves as the ladies and gentlemen of culture.
Come on, tuning. I think we are. Battery run out. Replace. Come on. Great thing about this radio is it runs on one single AA battery forever.
Tale of generations merging. Elaine and Megan Rose are mother and daughter.
Come on.
Megan Rose is in her second year, studying fine and applied art at the
Trouble is,
University of
I've heard
Ulster,
this
and she
already.
specialises in ceramics. She describes her work as outlandish and full of the fairy tale.
Right, anyway, let's go back to this. Great sandpaper, just doesn't wear out. 80 grit.
I always felt that you always put me first.
There we go, 3.6.
You put maybe perhaps what you could pursue as a passion on hold. So I kind of felt like
3.8.
this is a chance for mum.
It's quite sharp as well. Nearly there. 0.1 of a millimetre to go.
And like finally I can actually show mum something because you've taught me so much over the years, and I'm
3.55.
really I'm happy and
That'd
not
be
wanting to.
3.7
Okay, I'm not gonna
something.
lie. Like,
0.77.
You know,
Almost
like,
there.
I'm trying to like get in touch with something to look at and I'm not gonna lie. You know, and I'm just trying to like live a little bit of a more like feeling day out. And my job's there and I completely struggled with my own direction of developing myself. I've always been able to
It's chucked me a
I
bit.
think that will be it for now.
There's never any doubt about it.
Yes, in your mind there was never any doubt, but certainly in mine there's always doubt. Always. And my class was still 16.
4.
And they were all wonderful, wonderful people.
Nearly there.
That I was amongst people who, yeah,
There was no sort of like, oh, we can't hang out with her.
There we go. I'll do. Get rid of the dust inside.
I think someone had said that you're an artist, and something clicked in my brain, and it was like, what's wrong with me?
Okay, kill the radio 4. Up the volumes. 50s or something. Right, okay, so nicely shaved down bridge. Very, very sharp, so I'm just going to take an edge off this so that somebody doesn't literally cut themselves using it or taking it off sometime in the future. It's amazing how sharp sandpaper gets, or can produce a sharp edge in something. That's fine. Right, so here we go. This is the bridge to replace. Here she goes. Just going to tighten it up on both. If it doesn't feel right, then I'm going to take a bit more. So I just want a bit of pressure. Seat it down. It's pushing straight down on top of the Fishman piezo thingy. Got quite a lot of room over the top there, which is fine. That's nice. It's higher than I'd like it, but then I have a particular attachment to quite low action acoustics anyway, so I would probably want it a bit lower at 2.5. So really, that's telling me I need another 0.5 millimetre off that bridge to get it where I'd be comfortable with it. And given that we've got one shot at this, I'm going to do it. There's no harm. Well, no harm. It's good to get this right now. There's a chance to get it right in this minute. You see all the workings out I did on the whiteboard last night to get these dimensions right and work out remedial action on this this bridge saddle. Okay, so if I'm going to take another 0.5 off, we're exactly on 350. I've got to go down to 3. That's going to take a bit of doing, so let me switch off. You see what I'm doing. I'll come back when I've got the bridge right at the right height, and I'll also have filled in the gaps with bone dust and super glue. Alright, so I'll see you shortly. Okay, so we're in the process of stringifying this Daion Acoustic, and just pulled the neck a little bit. The bridge is down as far as I'm going to take it. I've just dropped a string on the floor, which I'll come back to. I need some furs. Find the string with my wrong glasses on. Try and pick it up off the floor with no fingernails, since I cut my nails this morning. That's no good. Stand on the string. Make sure you can't pick it up easily. So these old ebony string pegs are working, which is great. They look pretty old and knackered, but they're not that bad. So I'm just taking these strings down so they don't kill me. Over there. It's looking good so far. And then really the only remaining work to do on this will be the action at the nut, which is a matter of just filing down to get the action of the first fret where we want it. As I said before, it was pretty low previously, so it was really good, which makes a change for me. But we'll be aiming for that again, because that's what really makes the most difference in playing experience. Almost more than all the action setting at the top here. So that's looking good. Ooh, something else just dropped on the floor. Who knows? Well, who knows what Morris just knocked on the floor? That's what I mean. Right, 2 more strings to load up, and the next one will go on top of the this fantastic device I've made out of solder, so that'll be interesting. What are you doing, Morris? Oh, he's playing with a bungee rubber. Fair enough. Press that one down. I'm going to get a good winding around the peg as possible. Nice, nice, nice. And one more to go. what I'll do is I'll get it under a bit of strain load, and then we'll sort of leave it to all take effect, and at that point see what we've got, and then before we start doing the neck, the nut slots. Looking good though. I got over the top of this one to begin with. So the plan this weekend is to get these two done, and also to do Vern's Chapman ML2 gold top today, which gives me a day off tomorrow. A whole day off on a bank holiday weekend. Okay, let's get these into the bin. Save the sound. Liking the look of it. Liking the look of it. Blimey. Very nice. Very nice. Everything is looking good. Yeah, still, I mean, the bridge can still come down a long way for my liking, but it's not my guitar, so. Make sure these are pressed in properly. They can be quite tricky, these pegs. Get in there, get in there, and get in there. You don't want it popping out. Starting to come back to life. Beautiful sounding guitar. There'll be loads of stretch in these strings, of course. You can either just put it down flat and do it as with all the other guitars I do. Just physically pull out the stretch, press it out with your thumbs. Tend to maybe not so much on the Elixir strings, but certainly on the other Ernie balls. you end up with black fingers from this process. I hope it's not quite the same on this one. Quite pleased with the solder repair on this. It'll work for a while, but at least it's got it all level, which is nice. The heavy strings, heavier than I'm used to, but not too heavy for acoustic, obviously. Right. It's something I found. Look, it's a C. Of course, this is all subject to the nut alteration, which is going to be significant. I raised the nut to give myself enough room. I didn't want to be starting from too low and having to work the other way, so I'd much rather cut into the nut than try and take everything off and you know, shim it again. So I'm starting high and coming down. Fabulous resonance, this guitar. Right, I'm going to stop for a minute. There's a couple of little things to do on this before I get onto the nut slots. I'm going to just do a little bit more lacquering onto the where am I doing it? Onto the nut, just where the nut joins, or where I've filled in the ow, Christ. That's my split fingernail. Oh. Quick, get the super glue going again. We don't need a split fingernail in this game. I'm just going to keep filling it with super glue. Oh, not what you want. Right, a little bit of lacquering to do on both edges, and then I'll put this down to let it sort of acclimatise. This is thin, very thin gloss lacquer at the moment, so will need several layers, or lots of layers, rather than one big gloopy blob. But it's fine. It's quite a nice way of applying it. Great, just stuck my fingers together. I'm just trying to protect my poor little fingers. Switch it over, keep my fingers from sticking together, and do this side. And this will polish up a bit later on when we come to get some micro mesh on it. So it's just a few layers blending in. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Nut is the next thing, so I'm just going to stand it up out of the way safely. There we are, Mr. Dion, getting there. I'm going to do a bit more of the old super glue. I believed that this is the right gauge strings for this one, although it feels a lot tougher or harder than it was before, but then the frets were right down to the mark anyway, so it's looking good. Ooh, I'm going to take another picture of it. Right, let me tidy up. I'll come back when I've got the Electra on the bench, and then the Electra needs the nut slots doing, so we'll start with that one. Welcome back. This is the final leg of the Dion story, and it's time to just recut the nut slots, and they're brass, and I'm not even sure if I've cut any slots in brass before. I'm not sure I have, but we have everything sounding beautiful down here, and here's the beastie, and the job is to set a really good action. Now previously the action was 0.25 of a millimetre at the first fret as measured, sitting in this position basically, so we're going to need to recreate that. Right now it's quite a lot higher, so the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to just, first of all, before I do anything else, I'm just going to check visually and see what we've got in the way of relief in this neck. Interesting. Okay. It has relief. I'm just going to look at it. Yeah, I'm going to leave it like that for a minute. So I'm going to take off these bottom three strings, wick them off to the side, and I'm going to start with the D, and I just need to be able to pull it in and out easily without stressing it too much. And it needs to be under enough tension just to make sure it goes back into the slot. Okay, so that's quite high, and for this thingy we're going to use the 32, when in fact it's really, the string is really it's a 32, there we go. So it's where my set matches up with the Elixir 11s. Okay, so on this one I'm going to cut down on this slot, and I'm going to just gently cut away, tilting backwards a little bit. And it's going to take a little while because this is not bone anymore, this is good old-fashioned brass. And we'll see a sort of brighter looking colour when we get in there. It's just a matter of cutting away. I can see the brass dust coming off now, so it's definitely working. I can see the bright bit now. We just want to be careful because it's going to be quite sharp and the string pops into it like that. It's probably a good idea just to alleviate this catching. I'll just slacken this off a minute so I can get a good grip on it. To avoid it getting stuck like it just did, I'm going to again use this file to just open up the top of this a little bit. There's no point us clamping the string. We need to just give it some room to fall into this. It's got quite a way to go down, and I don't want it getting jammed, so that fits in a lot better. Okay, so I'll mix the two things together. Again, we're still looking for the 0.25, and you need a bit of tension on to make sure it sits at the bottom. The danger is sometimes you can think you've got it cut and it doesn't actually sit at the bottom, and then when you pull it under proper tension it goes ping and goes right down and bangs on the fret, and that's your lot. You have to build it up or replace the nut. So I need enough, I need the right size file, and I need to know that it's going all the way down into the nut. I don't have it suddenly pop in there and surprise me. It doesn't blow away quite the same way as the bone dust does. So there goes my file. The edges of this will need a bit of treatment at the end anyway, just to soften them off. I don't want them to be too sharp. I've done it again, caught the string with my buttons. Okay. This is cool, we're getting there slowly. It's that little flange at the top that makes it so much easier to get to and avoids the string catching. So it's really important that we put that. I suppose it's a V-shaped notch, you might call it. Need to brush this brass dust away afterwards. It sort of sits there and doesn't go anywhere. Right, we're getting close now. Now I'm going to put it under a bit more tension. And I think that's about spot on. So 0.25, I'm going to now move to the next one. And again, just before I do anything else, I'm just going to cut that open at the top of this again with the V file. Okay, that's good. I'm going to switch over to the correct thing, which is, in this case, it's listed as 42, so we're on again on 42, and the next one's 52, so we're going to need to use an additional thing to widen the next one, but we'll come to that bridge. No, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Okay, so again, I want as much tension as I can do that allows me to still move the string from side to side. And tension makes sure that it drops as far into the slot as it needs to. That's good. Once I've got these three done and just slightly rounded off the edges of the slots, then I'll put some graphite into the slots too before we finally let the string go. Close. And there's a bit of play on both of those, so that was a bit over, there's 0.25, but that's okay. Better on the safe side than go too far. So we are fractionally off there. The great thing about this is that you can, once you get a bit familiar with doing it, you can start to do it visually by eye. So you can actually see that spaces are identical now and stop at that point. Cloth under there to clean it out. Okay, so now we go on to the next one, and again there is a V-shaped notch in there already, which is good, but I'll just add to it a bit. Now this one, we're going to need to use a combination of things to get the thing the right size. In fact, this, I don't think, amongst all my things here, I don't think that I've got anything which is alright. Let's go to inches, shall we? Saying I can't make sense of that. So this is a 0.048, which is still a bit undersized for the slot we're looking for. I'm just wondering if I swing some of these around. See if I've got any here that do that job or rise to that sort of size. 64. Oh, that's pretty good. So I can drop down, I think, then to this one. 56. Thank goodness for vernier calipers. What would I have done without them? So there's my go-to slot cutter, which in fact isn't, last time I used it wasn't very effective, but we'll try. Okay, so I'm going to start with 42 to cut, because at least I know I can cut with this. I'm going to just work it out with the nozzle cleaner, see if I can get anything, or get an extra width going on here. It's all a bit not in the right place, basically. Don't know how well these actually cut brass, but it seems to be doing something. Again, this is really just to ensure that the string sits all the way at the bottom and doesn't catch us out by wedging halfway, in which case we're sort of wasting our time. But let's have a look where we got to. So way off yet. Let's go back to the 42. Yeah, and do some waggling, see if I can get it where I need to go. Problem with this is that now this is where you could be caught out with a sudden drop down, because if we suddenly cut through, and then we're using 3 different things to cut this one, then you suddenly could find yourself with a slot that's deeper than you intended. So you have to be very, very careful. That's taken quite a bit off, actually. Yeah, that's not too bad. In fact, what I'm going to do is, rather than risk cutting any further with several things, I'm going to stick to one thing at a time, because this feels to be cutting quite effectively, and at least I know where I'm going with this in terms of the angle, so let's stick to that one. Very close. I'm going to stop at that because I like it. Now what I'm going to do now is just quickly tidy up the edges of this with a little bit of sandpaper, a minute folded bit of sandpaper, not minute piece, but not much sandpaper. I just want to take off any sharp edges all round, just soften it off slightly. The last thing we want is it cutting through strings or stuff anything as it hits. I'm sort of going around the corner a little bit. Ooh, I can't believe I'm going to be finished with this soon and done. And then I've only got the Chapman ML2 to do tonight, but I'm hoping that will be straightforward. Now, while those are off, I just want to get proper brushing going on in there, get rid of the grip, and then if I can find where I put it. Oh yeah. Then we want to go with a bit of stuff, graphite, the lubricant into the slot. There's quite a lot in there, but hopefully it will pull it through. Right, there's first 3. Just lay them in and blow away the excess graphite. And then I'll take a basic rough tuning. Good. Now the top three. And this will be the last time they have to be slacked off like this. So sort of minimum stressing of the strings. Again, I'm going to use the V-shaped file just to make all of these a little more forgiving, accommodating, I suppose you could say, so that the strings fit in there without getting damaged. So I need the 11, 16 and 24, and we're on the 24 first of all. Again, I'm just going to go and twang, do a check with my gauge, which is loads to come way off there. Yeah. Loads to go. Yeah. While I'm there, on this side, I'm just going to open up these two as well, just so that when I move from side to side, just to place them, they are a little bit more accommodating and don't hook the strings, because I don't want anything kind of wearing them out or weakening them while I'm doing this. Okay, getting there, slowly but surely. Plenty of room still, you can still see the fresh air underneath it, so it's a really good visual guide. If you like to check it again, then do so. Not far off this now. Almost spot on. I'm going to stop right there. Do the next one. Again, I'll cut a bit more of a notch in there. Then switch over, get the right. Oh, hang on, I'm going the wrong direction, that's why. 24 was that one, now I want to go at 16. Thank you. Again, I'm just the initial ones I'm just gauging purely visually, because I can see straight away that we're way off and there's quite a way to go, so I don't have to get all precise about it at this stage. Same again. Always maintaining a bit of a backward tilt on the cut. Doesn't have to be precise, but the more consistent it is, the better. This is feels a bit worn out, this one, I have to say. Wouldn't be bad, it served me for a year, or nearly a year, these nut files, so they aren't going to last forever, can't expect them to. So I much prefer the approach of having shimmed this nut slightly up and then working back downwards on it, than starting with trying to balance the nut or get the nut right just just by luck, or just by trying to calculate exactly the right amount of shim to put on it, because you almost will never get there. It's just really difficult to do, difficult if not impossible. Just making sure. I wonder if this thing is catching me out. There should be a large enough hole, and I just want to be absolutely sure I'm not going to get caught with this slot, or the string dropping further down into this slot all of a sudden. There should be plenty of we're now getting into the territory where it's almost there. Not far off, very close, and it's all looking good so far. Just a bit of, it takes a bit longer with this. It's not razor sharp anymore, these files, so I have to work a bit harder at it. And we're closing in. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how these play for you. It's one of the great excitement, I suppose, of doing this. It's a thrill to make something come back to life, when it's kind of approaching the end of its days, if you like. But to see an owner have a go on their refreshed, reloved guitar is great. Okay, getting close, still a bit more. I use this end, which isn't used as much, but it probably has a bit more bite to it. Right, almost there. Millifractions. I'll still stick with that end of it. I think we should be there now. Yeah, very, very close. Again, it's just almost totally a visual matter now. I could use the feeler gauges, but I can see it with my own eyes. And that will do. So we're now on to the last one, and then I'll take all three off, clear up the mess, brush away all the brass, and put some graphite in. We will be completio, and it will be good because my back is now killing me, hunched over. I'm not looking for sympathy or anything. Right, switch over to our final gauge, which is the ultra fine number 11. tuning, we're going for gaps. Okay. So not much coming off this one. Have to be very careful not to go too far too soon. Very, very thin files at this stage of the game, and you've got to be very careful not to bend them, warp them, because then they break very easily. I've already had the 0.09 break on me. Luckily it left me enough to continue working with, but yeah, as soon as they buckle, they go. So there are various ways you could support them to make sure they last a bit longer. Yeah. I just got on and used them basically, so the fact that I've had a good, best part, nearly a year out of them is, I've been lucky. So this one's still got more to go. The angle that you do this at is, you have to choose it and try and stick to it. If you kind of start rocking backwards and forwards on the angle, you may create a little peak, and then you may just find yourself lopping the top off that peak, and before you know it, you've dropped quite a distance, and the string's suddenly really low. So the consistency of that angle is really important if you can achieve it. It's not easy, it's just a visual thing. I can see that it's enough of an angle that it's definitely going backwards. So it's, I know it is an angle, but it's not so much that it's going to hit the headstock. Okay, taking our time, but we'll get there. Patience, this is what this is all about. And if you don't think it's doing any cutting, just take notice of the filings that are coming out from this slot. It really is doing some work, even if it doesn't feel like it. And we're almost there now. Just looking at this visually, we're a fraction away from finish, which is nice to know. I think that will be it. Now it's still making a monkey out of me. There's still a tiny bit up. I've been out in the shed so long that my nose is running now. Sorry. This should be it. Please, no, still a bit more. Very, very close though. In fact, technically, it's making me think that the B could go down a fraction too before we call this a quits. Still a bit more. Bloody hell. This is an 11, and that means that there's no doubt about it that the string should be dropping into that slot without any problem at all. So we shouldn't get caught out all of a sudden with the string pinging through to the ground. It should be absolutely fine. Last bit of pressure and we're done. I'm not going any further on that. That is my lot. That's pretty good. I'll stop there on all of them. So just going to take all of these off the side for a quick second and brush up, clean up with the brush, and do me some graphite. And oh yes, forgot one thing. Edges. we're almost done, ladies and gentlemen. That's that. On with the graphite, and then we'll be into the tuning mode. In terms of intonation, as you probably have spotted already, this guitar has a compensated bridge already, which means there's no movement backwards and forwards, so we can make the whole thing go. So we don't have any control over intonation other than what's set by the bridge, the compensated bridge. There we go. And the last time this one has to be lifted out and dropped in. And so with this E. Wash off the top. Hooray! Find this an E, roughly. Move these things out of the way. Don't like that. Don't like that at all. Don't like that at all. First of all, that's in the wrong place. That's interesting. Secondly, it's now pinging through this gap in ways that I don't like. So it's going to need a little bit of widening going on in there. It shouldn't do because it's got the right bleeding things. So that gap on there should be, according to this, second string. Well, let's do it millimeters, 0.38 millimeters. Okay, let's get my vernier gauge and find 0.38 millimeters. 0.25. .31. So it seems to be unusually large, to be honest, but I'll trust it. So this is coming in at 0.38. Okay, that's 0.38 for the B. B, second 0.38. According to this, that's nowhere near. What? 0.38 millimeters, 0.15. We had a 0.16. We did a 0.16. There's something not right here. Let's check this again. 0.16. 0.16 of an inch. 0.016. 0.015. 0.016. That shouldn't be any problem at all. That seems to have cured it, but how weird. No, not enough. Okay, I'm going to try something else here. Open up the slot a bit at the back with this thing here. because I don't want this creaking like that. There you go, back end. Good. Interesting, this thing's walked its way off the peg, off the anchor point down there, but right now, try and tune it again. There we go, ladies and gentlemen, finally it happened to me.